if you haven't heard me talk about this earlier, this is going to be an opportunity for maybe those of you who have not been following this case since the very beginning to get caught up on all of the things that happened earlier on in the case. And the things that happened earlier on in this case, not necessarily in the case, but more so with the family. A lot of it happened earlier on. And I know you all see the title, right? Breaking the Anthonys. That's a super strong title. But I think that it is relevant for the things that I've seen come up against this family. Keep in mind, on that picture, you see 5 people who have nothing to do with what took place. And, Karmelo's going through the justice system. He's going to have his day in court. There's many people advocating for him, raising funds to assist us with the legal through the family's GoFundMe. And so, Karmelo, he'll go through that process. He'll have his day. But what process does the Anthony family go through? When does their day come? When there's maybe justice or accountability for what they've gone through and what has happened. Am I making sense? Let me know in the comments. The chat, let me know. Let me know if I'm making sense. And so we are going to talk about a couple different things, and I'm going to get into that in just a second. But when I sat back and I thought about what I wanted to title this, I wanted it to be real, raw, and to reflect what I see. And because I know history and because I know my history, I see tactics that resemble, old school tactics that people would use to terrorize, disenfranchise, alienate BOK people. And that's the importance of knowing your history, because if you don't know your history, when it start repeating itself and happening again, you're not going to be able to identify it and call it out. And so this goal, okay, I see all my guests, and I'm going to be bringing y'all up in just a second. The goal of this live stream is to expose it, to talk about it, to shed light on the Anthony family, and to give a voice. And so that is what I want to do. So I see 2 of my guests. I'm gonna bring them up, and I am I think I'm gonna leave it like this for now. Hopefully y'all be able to see the screenshots and stuff like that. All right. So I got 2 of my special guests up there. Hello, Shaniqua. Hello, Tiffany.
Hey y'all, I'm trying to stay mute because where I was in time, so I'm still over here being ratchet, but I'm connected.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you can stay on mute. That's fine. Majority of the other panelists and guests are going to stay on uh gonna stay on mute. Um gonna stay on mute as well. So some quick housekeeping, and we're gonna get right into it. So, like I said, this live is open to any and everyone. I unblocked everybody so that they can see. As you all know, I will be discussing from an analytical standpoint and a commentary standpoint, Sarah Field's interview that she did on October 23rd on Bay Boy's panel. So I want to give Bay Boy his credit because I am using his audio for commentary, purposes, so fair use. But I did want to at least cite that source so you all know. I wanted to stay focused just about the Anthony family. I don't want it to be centered around all of the many things that we could center this around. This is solely about the Anthony family. Like I said in the comments, keep it TikTok friendly. In the comments, you can have you can have your opinion. We're not going to block. We're only going to mute when they are, just doing the most cursing, all caps, attacking others, things like that. Don't forget, grab your daily heart meat for everybody in the fan club. You can get the stickers. And I want you all to stick around because for those of you that do, at the very end of this, I am going to discuss something that happened earlier on as everything was unfolding. And this was at a press conference that was held on behalf of the Anthony family to address a few things. Now, I don't want to get too far into it, but for those of you that might know, Jeff Metcalf showed up to that press conference. And I remember an interview. Well, it wasn't an interview. Like the news station pretty much got close enough to him or whatever to ask him, like, why was he there? And so I'm going to let you listen to what he said. But when I play something else, you're going to hear that it was completely different. And so that's what I'm going to play at the end. I don't want to think of it as kind of like the icing on the cake per se, because like I take no pleasure in doing it, but I think it's important to let people hear and to ponder maybe why. It's not an attack on him. That's just an uncovering of something that I found while doing my homework. And when I say doing my homework, preparing to provide this analysis, because while some of it is off the dome, off the top of my head, much of it is things that I kind of already knew as I've been following this case since April 4th. And that was like my very first official post. Since then, I've done about 45 videos, which are all on my page. And if you follow me on Facebook, I have numerous Facebook posts. Now, the purpose of this live stream is just going to be to expose something that I call sinister that may be happening and needs to be exposed. And that's the bias of media towards Black and brown people, and how it can be used as a sword and a shield to oppress, enrich those who it desires, and tearing down and or framing of the innocent. My goal is to give a voice to what I saw initially in the beginning as the suffering of the Anthony family. Now, when I say suffering, this isn't to say anyone's pain is above the other, but there was a suffering that was happening and I saw it. And a lot of this was at the hands of, for lack of better words, sloppy, false reporting of investigative journalist Sarah Fields and other media. The negative media perception around the Anthony family, I don't know if y'all saw what that was like. Let me know in the comments if you think the media perception of the Anthony family was negative and positive, negative or positive, and you're gonna be surprised with the answer if you don't know it. And Chat GPT told me, but I already knew it. And it's also pretty much to expose activities that could have been seen as, harassing or harmful in nature. So I see some people say, yes, we saw and heard the negative. Everybody's saying definitely negative, negative. And that's so sad. Right. That's crazy. We're talking about negative perception of people who did nothing. Did nothing at all. I'm gonna give you all a timeline, like a high level overview of some of the events leading up to this gag order. We talked about the whole commentary thing, and then I'm just going to clear up some misinformation that might have kept people from supporting the Anthony family. Now, I'm gonna go. I'm sure I remember. Sure, I remember how to do this. Hold on, y'all. I'm attempting to change my green screen, which I'm not gonna lie. Like, okay, got it. Hopefully you all can see this. We talk about the breaking of this family, right? And the media. These are like the things that I saw, right? Pertaining to this family. Like people literally cheering on the fact that people are thorns in this family's side. I love that you're a constant thorn in this family's side. The truth does tend to interfere with the ability to grift. And I love that for them. All right. This is somebody talking about having almost taking joy in the suffering of a family with children. I love it. All right. That's kind of disgusting. What y'all think? Y'all think that's disgusting? Yeah. All right. Let me pull up this other one. We talk breaking of the Anthonys. Oh, I saw somebody else in the guest mode. There was somebody. I thought Nino was down there. Nino, if you're still in here, you can come back up. We talk breaking the Anthonys. This is a message that I had a conversation with somebody. It says, listen, I get that you're looking at it from the outside end. But we as women in this community, they're talking about the Frisco community. But we as women in this community and as mothers of children in this community don't want a murderer's family living here. I know that they have to. I know they can't go anywhere else. But literally, there's a warrant out for Drew in Louisiana. They're not the salt of the earth kind of people. Y'all already know. Some of y'all already know who sent me this. Anybody want to guess who sent me that message? She was actually just recently found out by the internet. Hi, Miss Wonderful. Nah. I'll give y'all a hint. French fry.
Oh.
They're not the salt of the earth kind of people that they make themselves out to be. And I know for a fact from friends of the Anthony family that Kayla is not the mom. Because you know that it was going around like people were saying, oh, Kayla's not Karmelo's mom.
Because they can't read and they was looking up stories about a basketball player.
I agree. That's exactly what they was doing. There ain't no difference between Karmelo with the K and Karmelo with the C. But we don't want a murderous family living here. I know that they have to. So what do you think people do to people who they don't want around them but know they have nowhere to go? Chat? Y'all think they just leave them alone? Mm-mm. Harass this man at his job. Y'all know that? We're going to get into that in just a second. They harassed Drew Anthony's place of employment. Somebody said Jim Crow tactics. Ding, ding, ding. And is. Now, the story as it goes with just to give y'all a little insight, but the story as it goes with the car dealership, what was happening at Drew's job was, excuse me, was confirmed by a few people. So for those of you wondering, it's definitely true. And going to the dealership wasn't the only level of harassment. And we're gonna get into this timeline real quick. Y'all ready? So I want y'all to pay attention to these dates, okay? 4/2/2025. Y'all know what happened on 4/2/2025, right? That's when the incident at Kirkendall Stadium happened. Karmelo Anthony was arrested on the scene. Austin Metcalf was transported to a hospital where he was pronounced unalived. And a lot of the rumors kind of started after that. Somebody said, "What is this?" Oh, that's a comment that someone let me know about how they felt about the Anthony family being in their community. So I'm just giving y'all just little bitty pieces of things that I know, right, about what's going on. And for those of you wondering, no, this is not information that Tiffany Billions fed me. These are all my screenshots. It's all my research. This is me following this, right? Okay, so 4/2/2025, the incident happens. 4/7/2025, the arrest report was released. I remember seeing this arrest report released mainly by two people. Fox, it was like Fox News, had a PDF of the arrest report, and investigative journalist Sarah Fields had one. And I believe that the posting of that arrest report took off. And when I say took off, I'm talking about multiple millions of views. There was a lot of interest in this case. Still is. Okay, so 4/7/2025, the arrest report happens. 4/8/2025, the give, send, go was at about $232,000. I'm not exactly sure what the date that it actually started, so the give, send, go. But if, according to my screenshot on 4/8/2025, it was at over 230,000, that's only like what, 6 days? 6 days it grew to that. 4/14/2025, Karmelo Anthony had a bond hearing, and he was released on bond with the ankle monitor. Looking at the timestamps, I had to remember that I'm in Florida. I was looking at like West Coast news. So I think it was probably around, like, let's just say the 4-ish area. It could have been like a little before 4, a little after 4. But I think that he bonded out like around 4 with the ankle monitor. We know he had a bond that was at what, you guys, $1 million? The bond was reduced within the law by Honorable Judge Angela Tucker, the judge whom they doxed. Not that it matters, but a BLK Republican lady out of Texas dropped this bond, and they dropped the dox. They doxed the judge. Now the judge have to have the FBI investigate it. Now she have to have a security detail on the taxpayer's dollar because people wanted to dox her. Okay, now keep in mind, we're still on 4/14/2025. 4/14/2025 at about 9 p.m. that very same day. Investigative journalist Sarah Fields released a document with the Anthony's family address on it. She said that her reason for releasing this document was to debunk another rumor that has started. Now, she says she didn't say it explicitly, but I can read between the lines, and what she was essentially saying was that she did not release the address on purpose. It was somewhat of an oversight. Remember, this is the same day, a few hours after Karmelo Anthony was released to that address. I'm going to show y'all the post. By the way, post got millions of views. 2.4 million. And I also got screenshots of people saying, hey, I'm in Frisco. If you need me to go drive by, let me know. Hey, Sarah just dropped the Sarah just dropped the Addy. Now, I'm not here to accuse her or say that she did it intentionally. I'm just going to give y'all the facts and let y'all make your decision and talk among yourself. Okay, so let's go. 4/15. This is the next day after the bond hearing. Reports started happening that Judge Tucker was doxxed, given security in the FBI investigation. So that was the next day. Y'all think that they was just only harassing and being mean to the judge? Y'all think it was only happening to the judge? Or y'all thinking maybe it happened to the Anthonys too? Okay, we're going to keep going. Now, I was able to confirm that, okay, after Karmelo Anthony went home on the 14th, on the 17th, Karmelo Anthony family moved out of the home. That was the date that I was told. So this was the same day as the press conference. So that day of the press conference, according to my source, they were out of the home. So Karmelo came home on the 14th. They moved, the address was dropped, and they moved by the 17th. So just 3 days after him being released. Now, on 4/17 at this press conference, Jeffrey Metcalf, he showed up. Jeffrey Metcalf showed up. And he was escorted out of the press conference too. So he didn't get to say. Now, after the addresses leaked on accident, the Anthony family moved out of their home about 3 days later. Did y'all know that 2 days later, a Protect White Americans rally happened in Frisco? This is literally all within 5 days of Karmelo Anthony being released on bond. Did y'all know that? If you are just hearing this for the first time, drop a 1. Like, if you're actually just realizing this timeline for the first time, drop a 1. Let me know. Okay. So for the ones that for the ones of you that know, that's great. Then that means y'all know that I'm telling the truth. If I'm lying, let me know in the comments, y'all. I'm not above, right, being corrected. A lot of people just hearing about this. Okay, let's keep going. 4/17, press conference happens. 4/19, protect white Americans, rally happened. Around 4/21, 4/22, the announcement that there was an announcement that was made that the Anthony family had relocated. And I think that's kind of important to know. At first I wondered why. It mattered that the Anthony family moved. Like, why do we have to know that? But it kind of makes sense. Now, for those of you that don't know, it is being said that Karmelo Anthony's family has moved 3 times. So we know the first time, one of the dates that I have, the first time being around the 17th, 5 days after he got out. But Karmelo was allowed to then get his diploma. That was announced on 5/14. So now we're in May. So we've gone through April. So after Karmelo Anthony was able to get his, it was announced that he could get his diploma. A lot of other BS kind of happened after that. Now, on 6/18, investigative journalist Sarah Fields released a post. It said, inbox, indictment coming soon. Inbox, indictment coming soon. Let me see. I think most of y'all have probably already seen this. But for those of you that haven't, let me see if it's something that I can find real quick. Okay, there we go. What did I say? June 18, 6/18. Yep, dates are correct. Breaking news. Karmelo Anthony is coming home. Now, I remember seeing that, and I just remember wondering, like, I thought grand jury proceedings and the things that happen within them are often secret. And then I thought, well, she is an investigative journalist. Like, she might be a little close to the family, maybe. Well, I think she's friends with Jeff. Allegedly. I don't know. That's what is in the grapevine. It's like, well, maybe somebody told Jeff, like, oh, it's going to come down. We're probably getting justice for your son. An indictment's coming soon. But as y'all see that post say, inbox, Karmelo Anthony will be indicted next week. And to me, that gave people a nagging suspicion that is what who revealed. Now, she says that Melanie Stoller, that's the who, she said in that interview that Melanie Stoller did not pass information to her. But we're gonna listen. We're gonna listen to that in the interview. Well, I keep calling it an interview, but it was kind of like a Q&A panel that happened over on Bay Boy. So it wasn't like I don't know. I'm gonna just call it an interview. Fuck it. Screw it. All right. So 6/18 indictment was said that it was coming the next week. Anybody remember when the indictment happened? I'm gonna see if anybody remembers that, like the date. But during this time, whatever happened when she got put on leave, we're gonna get into that in just a minute. As much as I remember, because that's not something that I led. that information is what I saw as being reported. So, but we're going to get into that. But around this time, you know, people are going to see the Frisco ISD video. Melanie Stoller came onto people's radar because she was a court clerk, telling a reporter to inbox her. I mean, but y'all can see how that kind of feel a little suspicious, right? All right, 624 is when Karmelo was indicted. Now, not only was Karmelo indicted on 624, some of you all may or may not know, but there was something else also issued on 624. And at the time, it didn't really dawn on me until, like, why? Like, what? Like, I remember getting the paper. I'm like, well, okay, like, what is this? And now that I think about it and knowing that the Anthony family, it's not funny, I'm sorry, I'm just low blow. But knowing that the Anthony family had been harassed and had moved a couple times, there was an order to redact on the same day that he was indicted. A couple days after that is when Melanie Stoller, I'm just gonna be honest, Tiffany coordinated the effort to get into contact with Melanie Stoller's superiors to let them know what they had seen because it was concerning. And now thinking about it, we know the Anthony's moved 3 times. The Melanie Stoller came into into her office, like, mind you, she had just started working at the clerk's office like around May. But we know that Karmelo moved 4/17. That means that Melanie Stoller, who, from what I understand, allegedly, that she, well, not allegedly, because there's text messages about accessing files that she wasn't supposed to, which means that she would have had access to that second address until that order of redaction happened. Yeah, are y'all following me? Am I making sense? Or am I just kind of going all over the world? Y'all gotta let me know.
I'm following.
Okay. Now, I always wondered, when I heard the Anthony's had to move 3 times, who in the world would have access to know where these people moved to after they moved out of their primary residence? Like, I don't find that suspicious. Or maybe that's just the way I think, right? Again, I'm not saying that anything was given to anyone. What I am saying is that my spidey senses are tingling. Okay. So talks around like 624, 627, you know, Melanie getting in trouble, which she ended up, let me see if I got the screenshots. Oh no, I can't go into Melanie Stoller yet because I got a whole section. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm still going through the timeline, y'all. Whew. On 628, Jeff Metcalf, let me see if I can find it, was kind of crashing out on Facebook. And I'm gonna show y'all how this crash out went. Let me see. Because I said I wasn't just gonna tell, I was gonna show, but I got a heck of a lot of screenshots. So give me just a second, guys. Okay, so maybe it's up here. All right, guys, hold on. I'm still looking for it, but it is a screenshot of. Anybody remember what what happened over on Facebook with Drew and Jeff?
Wait, they were on Facebook together?
Yeah. Drew, Jeff. Oh, let me see if this is it. Nope, that's him beefing with Dominique Alexander. That ain't it. Hold on. No, I just know I didn't put everything else but that one. Hold on, y'all. I got it. Nope, that's not it. Okay, so I'm gonna have to go in and find it. But there's that picture of the Anthony family that I have up on, well, that I had up on the screen. It might still be there. He came into Drew Anthony's Facebook comments and, oh, you know what? I have to do all. He came into Drew Anthony's Facebook comments and was like, your son's a schmurderer. You raised a schmurderer. That was on 6/28. And then Drew said, self-defense is not schmurder. And then at some point, Dominique entered the chat, and eventually it just kind of all subsided. I can't believe all the screenshots. I can't find that one. Okay, we're just gonna have to move on. Sorry, y'all, but yeah, it was definitely on the Anthony family, well, on Drew's Facebook page. Not being the nicest. Saying your son's a schmurderer. You raised a schmurderer. I mean, I think Drew kind of handled it as best as he could. I did ask Drew in one question, like, had you ever, initiated anything, conversation? He told me no. And that was just completely, out of the blue. Moving on. A few days later, 7/2, AI Jeff drops the M-bomb.
Hold on, Janina, one moment. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I mean, I did, but I didn't. So the context of that previous text, Drew had told Jeff to tell the people the truth. That was why he had gotten so upset.
Okay, so that might have been a little nuance that I missed. And so he doubled up with the your son's you know what.
Right.
Okay, so y'all heard that? He was upset. 7/2, M-bomb drops in two times in a 24-hour period. By AI Jeff on TikTok. And then 26 days later, the gag order happens. So that is pretty much a timeline. So based on this timeline, do y'all see like what has happened? Like what took place? He was arrested and then released. Address was dropped. The family had to move. The address must have got dropped again because they had to move again. Right? All of this, takes, effort, funds, just all these things like imaginable to keep your children and your wife who has nothing to do with this safe. All the while, there is a effort to keep the families give, send, and go from growing. There were people. Now, I'm not saying people on the screen, but there were people who were not happy at the fact that the Anthony family had this give, send, and go. So much so, the give, send, go guy was being chewed alive and spit out by his own people. And when I say own people, I'm not bringing politics into it. The give, send, go guy say he a Christian. He's a right-leaning conservative who believes that even the accused should be able to raise funds to have a fair shake at the justice system. This man got up in an interview and literally said that the people in his own party, on his own side, turned on him simply because he would not do what they wanted him to do, which was not allow this family to have a give, send, go, even though they allowed Daniel Penny, and I believe it was Kyle Rittenhouse, to raise funds. But according to him, them people didn't care. He said, oh no, they didn't care. Like, so he was essentially like, so you guys want me to not allow them to do this? And this guy said, them people say, yes, that's exactly what we want you to do. We don't want you to let them do it, even though we know that you've let others do it. And so we're going to get ready to get into the interview, well, the audios in just a moment. Shiloh Hendrix raised like $1 million, like literally $1 million for calling a severely autistic child the N-word. She said she was calling him for what he was, a kid. She said I was calling him. I called him for what he was. N-word got $1 million. And people were happy to give it to her. But when there's and not even a word, a peep, a inquiry about how Shiloh Hendrix spent this money. Not at all, nothing. She could have spent it on, well, I can't say that word, but I don't recall seeing one article from the media questioning whether she did what she said she was going to do with the funds. Well, she said that she did get doxxed, and that was one of the reasons why she needed the funds. But I've learned over these past few months that doxing is a characteristic of a very specific group of people. Royalty. Doxing is like the mating call of certain groups of individuals. It's so crazy, right? So wow. I never once thought of doxing ever. Like I never ever like, I'm finna pick up the phone and call the cops on somebody and say some crazy stuff so the popo can show up and SWAT. What? That is bonkers, bananas. Yeah, someone said it's inherent. I don't know if it's like I don't know, but it's pretty sickening. So yeah, this timeline short in just a short period, this family just went from having somewhat of a normal life to completely being uprooted and their whole life turned upside down while people are trying to disenfranchise them economically while they're being harassed and their harassment being trivialized. Did y'all know? Wait, I'm going to show y'all this. I'm not going to say it. I'm going to show y'all. Because showing is better than telling. Did y'all know somebody sent Austin Metcalf obituary to Drew? And all of it said on the packet was Andrew, and it had their address on it. Did y'all know that somebody sent the Anthony family an obituary of Austin Metcalf? Drop a 1 if you didn't notice. And not only that, right? There was talks about this water gun incident that happened and took place. And y'all make sure, I love everybody that's in here, but get some more people in here. Share it. I know it's not the drama or the tea. I don't really do all that. Or if I kind of just watch it from the window. So I know it's not that, but I think this is important. And a lot of people are dropping the ones they did not know. Yeah, if you screenshot that and zoom in, it just say Andrew. The Anthony family were also getting random deliveries to their home. Those are two separate instances. Top, bottom, like, how we know that those are not, snipers, right? Maybe I watch too many action movies. Like, somebody open up the door and they try to pew pew you or stick you. Like, who knows? That's crazy. And it was trivialized to, oh, well, there's a way to verify that the order was actually legit and therefore not what? So much as a threat. You have people showing up with things, right? To a home of a family that is going through the unimaginable. Yeah, many people are saying they did not know. So make sure y'all screenshot this and then go and talk about it. We heard about the water gun incident where it was allegedly school boys, like they were playing like their senior game or something like that with the water guns, and the police looked into it, and that's how they found out what it was. But I can't really reveal my source, but it was said that the Anthony family felt unheard and unprotected by the Frisco PD. Well, I don't want to say unprotected because that was not the words, but the words that I recall was, we attempted to notify authorities of things that we were experiencing, and we felt as though it fell on deaf ears. And so I had to bring it to TikTok because not a lot of people knew. Someone says Frisco PD has not helped them with their with these threats at all. Yeah, and it's interesting, especially when you see things like this. Let me see if I can where'd this guy go? Let me see. Hey, I'm right here in Frisco. Look at the date on that, 4/15. When I told y'all Karmelo Anthony got out on bond. He got out on 4/14. Address was accidentally dropped on 4/14. This is 4/15. Somebody literally saying, "Hey, I'm in Frisco." Of course we have compassion. I have compassion. But paying attention to, for the moment, the things that the Anthony family goes through does not take away from that. And so therefore we're going to hold space for the Anthony family, and I will not go beyond that. But y'all see what that says? And somebody says they tag FBI Dallas. I know you better, because that's weird. Make sure y'all screenshot that too. This is all under this post where their address was dropped. 4/15/2025. Like would that freak y'all out? Somebody drop y'all address and then y'all go and look at this post where your address is at, and you see people like, hey, I live there. I'll go ride right by. Like, how would that make you feel? Now it's also been said that that and I'm laughing at a comment, but that the family were receiving all kind of unaliving threats, harm, sexual harm to children, just all kind of stuff. Kayla Anthony got up in front of that press conference and cried her heart out, spoke about, her daughter and all the things that was happening to them. Do you know that Kayla's tears was used as a battering ram to further beat that family down, to further break that family? And it's not even that they necessarily said, oh, that's good. But I heard of, so what? Like, look at what your son did. Nobody cared. They said, how dare she get up there and cry, and her husband wipe her tears like she can't do it for herself. How dare she get up there? And that was, and I'm gonna have to do another live after I take the LSAT. Got a lot of conversation with Chris Allen, and I knew from the beginning that lady was unique. And maybe we'll go through that, and it's pretty interesting. But that is one of the reasons that Chris Allen hated that family. If you want to know why Chris Allen went so hard on the Anthony family and anybody that supported them, was because she felt like Kayla had no right to be up there crying. She felt like Kayla should have been more empathetic towards the Anthony family. BOK women's tears are never a weapon that they can use for themselves. Their tears can only be used against them. And I don't like that. Someone says it's too small, I'm not able to read it. Okay, it says, I'm right here in Frisco. You need anything, DM me. I can do a drive-by, get some footage of the school and where it happened, whatever you need. So you might have to screenshot and blow it up. But this is somebody under the post where the Anthony's family address was at, offering assistance to go, scope the place out. Yeah, a drive-by is, excuse my French, drive-by is hella wild. Okay, moving on. I'm not gonna keep monologuing. So the first audio that we're gonna listen to. So now we are going to get into the interviews of Sarah Fields, that was done on Bay Boys panels, because there was a couple things that I found interesting. But before we jump into that, I would like to at least allow Nino or Shaniqua to chime in on what you've seen so far or what you've heard. What are your thoughts? If either of you, well, I know Shaniqua is still in a loud place, but Nino, if you want to say anything or, share a word.
I'm just listening alone. Like putting these dates together. Several of these dates I weren't aware, and I just don't find it coincidental that when they get docked, that their information just randomly or accidentally ended up on social media.
And let me say this, Janina, I want to interject really quickly. We know that there were multiple threats made against the Anthonys, directly to Drew in his inbox, to his family, and also in public, on public platforms, just as we're seeing right here. But isn't it something, and this shows you the bias in law enforcement, right? That when Drew and his family would file against these people, nothing has been done. No one has ever been charged with harassing or threatening them, even though we've seen these threats. But when we take the case of Himothy, and he allegedly made a threat, then he's automatically arrested. I land my plane.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, listen, y'all. I see it in the comments. Let's be nice. We're not gonna call names, y'all. Y'all can say what y'all gotta say if y'all don't like it, but yeah, let's not do that. Okay, so we're gonna get into the first question of this interview. So again, this is from Bay Boys panel on 10/23/2025. The first question, well, kind of thing that they talked about was in regarding the allegations of the doxing of the Anthony family. So when I play the audio, when I first play it, just make sure y'all press 1 in the comments so that I know that y'all hear it. Yeah, your stuff be everywhere. Yeah. But thank you. I appreciate it. At least for this. I really do. This interview. So we're going to listen to parts. It was not really part 1. All right. Oh, crap. Okay, is it playing? No. Oh, okay, y'all. Hold on. My Wi-Fi tapped out. So, Nino, if you have anything else to say, y'all, I'm sorry. Let me pull.
I don't.
Okay, y'all. Okay, here we go. Sorry, y'all. I guess it just timed out, and then I'm all the way at the back of the house. Like I need a booster, like a internet booster. Okay, so we're gonna go with part 1. So one's in the comments if you can hear it. Okay.
We're gonna do Q&A, respectful questions. If you guys want to request up and ask Sarah some questions,
can y'all hear it?
We're gonna answer questions, but we're not doing that talking over shit, that trying to prove a point shit. You take the answer, you either believe it or you don't believe it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what it goes. Nobody's trying to make you believe or not believe nothing. But if you have a question, we could get some answers. And I'll start off. Because one of the biggest things is that a lot of folks tell me is like, how could you feel with Sarah? She doxed the Anthony. She let out their address. She did it on purpose. She whatever. She doxed Anthony's, and you and I actually asked you about that, but I didn't want to bring that. I didn't want to look like I was talking for you to tell the people. So I'll let you get the floor for that.
Is that the first question?
Yeah. I'm just gonna get it
I'm like,
started.
wait a minute, what am I doing?
Yeah. The first question on the paper you were telling me about or whatever. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay, let me pull that up real quick.
Okay.
Can you give me a minute?
Okay, cool.
Hold on.
I know that's what a lot of people want to know. Is it fucking?
So she's pulling up, I'm guessing, the document that you all see on the screen. So this was the post that was on X, what you all see on the screen. Towards the end of this clip, you'll kind of hear why she said why it was even important to her to pull this information in the first place. But this is the actual post that she responded to, and that document at the top was the document with the address, and the address is under that red box. And if you look, the AF post got like 4.9 million views. Her post with this document got 2.7 million views. Let's get back to the interview.
So her and I actually talked about it. We hardly talk about the case, but I did ask her about that. And she told me, but I didn't want to be like, I'm talking for her. So I was like, whenever she does, that was one of my 20 questions that I wanted her to explain to the people.
Oh, I just had it up too. Hold on a second.
And y'all, some of this stuff was kind of like hard to kind of like edit out because I only wanted to just kind of stick with the answers, but it was just like too much editing. So, and I also wanted to give context, which is why I at least made sure that the question.
I have it up now. For everybody that has been asking about the doxing, first of all, it's really important to understand what doxing means. And when someone doxes someone, it's when an address or, all their private information is shared with malicious intent. So the intent of that person is to make sure that they're targeted, make sure that people are threatening them, and whatnot. So the reason that they're...
Now, I just want to read something real quick. So the FBI defines doxing as the internet-based practice of gathering and publishing a person's private, identifying information online for malicious purposes. And malicious purposes, that is that may be pretty I don't know how encompassing, like what actions might be included with that, but we're going to keep going. The agency investigates doxing when it is tied to specific criminal acts such as harassment, threats, and stalking. The FBI's definition focused on malicious intent behind the action, so gathering and publishing personal data. And then so when we say malicious purposes, so the information is published with the intent to harm, harass, intimidate the victim. In many cases, doxing is used to incite others to attack or harass the target. So I just wanted to expand upon her,
They're saying that I doxed them is because there was a document. A lot of people were saying that they owned this home. There was an $800,000 home and that they owned it, that they bought it with...
I don't know who was muted. If it was Bayboy, he can chill out, in the comments. Like, I'm not opposed to that, right? All I asked was for everybody to just keep it nice in the comments. So I just saw that somebody said somebody was blocked, or muted or something like that.
All the money because they made all this money off Give, Send, Go. I was actually able to pull up the property details where it actually showed who owned the home and the business name of those who own the home. And it actually proved that they were renting it, that they had not bought it. And the document that I have it in front of me. It says, and I've actually shared information like this before with other similar cases. And I've always made sure to redact any, addresses of the address, map ID, legal description, subdivision, and neighborhood. And on that document, I redacted all of that. Underneath it.
Now, she said on that document, she redacted it, but she did leave the property ID, which that is like when you go to search a property on on the Collin County website, like that's one of the first options that they give you is like the property ID. If you put the property ID into Google, it'll literally we'll put the property ID in, and then like Frisco, Texas, or Collin County, it will literally take you directly to the website, and you literally just click that link, and you just paste the copy ID, the property ID. But then there was also the geographical location, or what it says, geographical ID. So those were not not doxed, but marked out. And then she said all addresses, but all addresses are not marked out. Like, but we'll keep going.
That it says owner, which I'm pretty familiar with documents like this, again, because I report on it a lot. Underneath it says owner, and it says that the name of the owners, which it's they're renters, people who rent out property in the Frisco area. And then underneath that, it shows their mailing address for IRS purposes. I don't know why, and I didn't even know this at the time, but the address that they had shared as their owner ID,
and also that was just like a general mailing address for the actual owner. You know, sometimes how you can have an address that is to the house, and then they'll say, oh, what's your mailing address? It could be a P.O. box. It can be anything. So not just tax purposes.
The people who actually own the home under their business, they had the house address as their business address. So they had their IRS tax documents going to the actual home, which in these documents, that almost is never the case. Actually, it's never the case. I've never seen it before.
So they had the documents going to the home that they were renting?
Yeah.
Right. Yes, the tax documents for the business were going to that home for whatever reason. I don't know why. But I didn't realize that when I shared the document. And because of that, they said that I was doxing the Anthony family.
She didn't realize that when she shared the document that the address was on there. And that is when she realized she shared.
And it wasn't until they had already moved that I even realized that that document had their address on it.
And it wasn't until they actually moved. Now, I told y'all the Anthony family moved when? Their last day in that house was on 4/17. That address was dropped on 4/14. People were in the comments that day, and I'm going to go to the screenshot, like, they already lived there. Like, you just doxed their address, like, saying all these things, like, letting her know. And then actually one of the posts, she doubled down that the documents that she have pretty much solidify what it is that she thought. So she was in the comments talking about her documents that she had that pretty much verified whatever it is she was trying to verify. So to say that you didn't know, I think is a little disingenuous. It's not honest. It's not honest, and you can't wiggle out of this. Let me, I'm going to pull something up. I'm going to show you all what the actual document looks like. So it looks the same. It's just designed just a tad bit differently because it looked like they updated the Collin County website. So you see her document on the left, my document on the right. It is kind of small, but when you take a screenshot of the page, this is what it looks like. So I am saying this to say there's no way that you would just, if you are looking at this document and you're like, okay, I'm going to mark out this address, and you see that the exact same address is at the bottom. Let me see if I have the photo where it's bigger, the actual screenshot, so y'all can see. That's a little better. Okay, you see the address at the top? So the address where it says not legal description, but CITES address or whatever, that one was marked out. But right at the bottom, the other one was marked out. Now, mind you, the photo that I'm looking at is uncropped. The photo that I showed you that was attached to the post, that photo was cropped. So it's bullcrap to say that you did not see that address. So maybe you did see the address if perhaps you weren't the one to gather the document. And if you didn't, that's okay. I would say if it's an oversight, you know, just say that. Don't, I feel like it's disingenuous and not honest to chalk it up to, I didn't know, I didn't realize. Because it makes such an oversight. So all I'm just saying is, you know, a little accountability would be nice. Not, I didn't know. Like, I would say as reporters, our jobs are to know, right? Somebody said eating popcorn while watching this. You guys are funny. So what do you guys think? I don't know. If you were to have to redact this, do you think that this is something that is just a oversight? Like just maybe a accident? I don't know. But we'll continue on. We'll continue on with the interview.
So I never took it down. And if I did take it down, they would have attacked me even more. So I didn't know what to do at that point. I was advised to just leave it because they weren't even living there anymore. But they've also said that I've doxed them maliciously 4 times, 3 times, 5 times.
Yeah, that's what I've heard too. Like,
which is not true.
Over and over in their new address and their.
That's 100% false. So, and if, I mean, you can go look, it doesn't matter anymore because they don't live there anymore, but you can go see what I'm talking about where it says under owner, and then it says the names of the people who actually own the home and their business, their mailing address for tax purposes. And I'm obviously not going to show it, but you can go look at it if you want. And that's where that came from.
I just want to get that clear. So basically, you know, a short sum. The owner had their address, and the Anthony's address got crossed out, but the owner had the business documents or his tax business documents going to the house he's renting out to the Anthony's. That's what type of shit is that?
Right. Well, why? I mean, well, also, why would I redact one and not the other?
Yeah,
why would I redact? Think about that question. Why would I redact one and not the other? How are we supposed to answer that question? We're trying to figure out how the address got shown in the first place. So why wouldn't you redact one without the other? Like, that's the question that you're supposed to answer. Or am I kind of doing a little, am I thinking too much into it? I could just be thinking too much into it. Okay. So she didn't say she didn't know until after she moved. After they moved, she wasn't sure what to do. If she would have took it down, people would have still been mad at her. I think people would have acknowledged that you just decided to take it down. Like, I mean, perhaps there would have been some people that would have been upset, but I think for the people that was in your document, in your comments saying, hey, you just doxed the Anthony's. Like, I think, let me see if I can find it. I think that they would have, probably would have appreciate that. Oh no, that's not it. Hold on. Anybody up on the panel got anything to say?
I would like to say that why would she even post it? It is none of her business. For her to say that she cares about children, but she really doesn't, because you're going to post these people's address knowing that they have other small children.
And I want to say, even if, you know, people are feeding to the lie that it's a mistake, right? I'm with Chocolate Mama. Like, why would you even post the owner's information? Like, why would you do that? And so I think it's just a need to be relevant. I also wanted to say, Janina, you keep referring to her as an investigative journalist, but I haven't seen any credentials. And as far as I'm concerned, and many of the advocates for Karmelo Anthony, she's a content creator. Because an investigative journalist would have done her due diligence, and that's not being done.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for adding your thoughts. Anybody else on the panel? Okay. Well, they're too small, but you can see the date 4/14. Sarah Fields posted Karmelo's Addy. Like, people were literally like the repost. You could go into the repost on the post and see people like, yeah, here's the address, Karmelo Anthony's address. Somebody else said on the next day, start pounding the drums and loading the mags. I don't know what that means. Pound the drums and loading the mags. Start pounding the drums and loading the mags. Got boys.
I know what pounding the drums means, but loading the mags is loading. I don't know if I can say it on here.
Somebody said pew pew.
Yeah, it's loading the bees in the pew pew.
Wow.
See, this is the kind of stuff that her posts create.
Okay. Let me and I hear you, and I tend to listen and take in, and if I don't always respond, it's it's because I'm just listening, y'all. All right, I think we're gonna we're gonna keep going.
I wasn't trying to share their address. I promise you that. And it's a really crappy thing, and their homes. It's normal for them to have some sort of business office or something like that, but they were having them sent to that specific house.
She went on and on about that business address. So it's somebody that literally used to register businesses for people professionally. Like, that's literally not an excuse. Like, they sent it to a office. Normally send it to an office. Like, what does that have to do with anything? Because they didn't send it to a PO box. Like, the address is the address. Like, it just didn't click with me. And this is one of those things where I felt like she should have just, I don't know, took accountability, unless there could be some liability with taking accountability. But that was an opportunity to, do what she told me, like, not to do, which is to be intellectually dishonest. She told me I was intellectually dishonest one time, y'all. Moving on.
House, and I had no idea. I thought it was a business address when I shared it. So I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, I saw the document. It was weird that it was just weird that he had the address, like you said, how he had the business address as his home address or whatever. The documents going there. I've never heard of that or seen that either. Especially if you're renting a house to somebody, why would you have your personal tax information going to that house? That's like if I'm sending my tax information to my rental property. That would make no sense. Why would I be sending my personal? That shit's so stupid.
It didn't make any sense, and I've also so in a lot of the articles that I've written about the truck drivers, I'm sure you've probably seen some of. I don't know. You've seen them.
The Indian truck driver, or whatever.
Yeah, but I've had to do a lot of investigative work when it comes to their property details, and so, like I said, I'm familiar with those documents. They always have it sent to some sort of business address. It's never a personal home unless their business is actually being run out of that home. So it didn't make any sense.
Can I ask a quick question?
And this is one who intrigued. She asked what needed to be asked in that moment. So thank you, one who intrigues.
Yeah.
Take your time, while she's chilling, so.
Yeah. Why was it important to know if they had bought their house or rented it?
Now, I want y'all to listen to this, because after she say what she say, I'm going to show y'all something. And pay attention to what she says.
Because AF Post put, I think it was AF Post or some sort of millennial, it was a mainstream media company that actually put out an article that stated that they purchased the home. And I wanted to go debunk that.
She said AF Post put out a post that she wanted to go and debunk. I'm going to let one who finish And then I'm gonna show y'all something.
Is that the article? Was that the article that mentioned that they had purchased a home and Escalade with?
Yes. And then
Okay.
yeah.
So was that ever cleared up that they never received the funds from GoFundMe?
From GoFundMe, I've actually corrected people multiple times on the GoFundMe.
Okay, so we're gonna pause on the GoFundMe thing. Let me pull something up. I got a message, but I couldn't see it. Okay. Now we're gonna get into this. Y'all heard what she said, right? She said, I wanted to debunk information that was said by the AF Post. The AF Post put out, let me just go and just show y'all. Let me show y'all something real quick. And hopefully I build up enough rapport with everybody to know that I'm just genuinely like putting out there what's out there. This, let me see. This is the AF Post that she's talking about. The AF Post says, now look at what date this was. 4/14, the same day that Karmelo Anthony got bonded out. It says, Karmelo Anthony's family, following his murder charge in the unaliving of Austin Metcalf, plans to use $400,000 in donations to buy a new home and hire security amid alleged racist, schmacious threats. Y'all see how many views they got? 4 million views. And this is what I mean when I talk about early on how the narrative was put that this family was misusing funds that they didn't even have their hands on. Oh yeah, they finna buy a $400,000 home. Now she said she was finna clear up misinformation, which is true. She wanted, y'all heard her say, I wanted to debunk that. And now I wrote it down so I could say it the right way, but now I can't find the paper. She essentially debunked the fact that they did not buy that home, right? She said that they were renting that home. Let me go to this. Let me go to the screenshot. Mm, mm, mm. No, I had that post up already. Oh, okay. She wanted to debunk it, right? So y'all see the AF post at the bottom, right? That's the exact same post that she was re-quoting to, or I don't know what you call it on Twitter. Reposting, re-quoting, I don't know. But she added on her words and she posted the screenshot that had Anthony's family address on it. That was unredacted. She says, they have already moved into a massive 3,500 square foot home valued at over $800,000 that they are renting from Indian investors out of Frisco. This is what Give, Send, Go did. Now, I just read that to y'all. Based on what she wrote, would you surmise that she is under the impression that the Give, Send, Go funds allowed them to move into this home? Yes or no? Do y'all think that based on this post that she was under the impression that Give and Go gave them the resources to move into the home, right? Rent that home. Now, the gag is that they were already living in that home. They were already living in that home. So, not only did she debunk a post with a partial truth, she started a whole new rumor that she doubled down on over multiple days, despite people telling her that they had already lived there. Y'all picking up what I'm putting down? You debunked a lie You debunked the lie, but started a new lie. So like that kind of like cancel it out, like two negatives. Y'all know what I'm saying? Okay. So I just I had to
on me because
I had to share that. And I'm gonna just let it sit for like 5 more seconds for the people that might need to catch up to what just took place here. No, Shanika's not asleep. She was in like somewhere else. The call was coming from inside the house. Okay, we're gonna move on. Now, I asked Chat GPT to like give me media analysis of the Anthony family, and how, based on everything that Chat GPT could pull, here's what they said in regards to the Anthony family. The media coverage has included reports of the family launching a fundraiser for his legal defense and statements by the family that the public narrative is false, unjust, and harmful. Some outlets have portrayed the family negatively, especially around social media posts. Guys, I need you all to unblock Angel Love. Unblock Angel Love mods. Go find Angel Love immediately, please. Some outlets, and once it's done, can somebody please confirm that it's been done so that we know? But I need for somebody to go find Angel Love. Some outlets have portrayed the family negatively, especially around social media posts, alleged lavish purchases after donations, and concerns about how the fundraiser funds were used. For example, family brought a car, showered with Amazon gifts, and a sensationalized report. You don't see Angel Love? Okay, please go through all of them. Because okay. All right, we're not seeing Angel Love, so y'all hit me on the back end to find out if everything's good. The coverage also highlights that the family has received threats, that they move for safety, and that parents may have suffered job consequences. Absolutely suffered job consequences. How ChatGPT know that? The tone in these stories is sympathetic in the sense of acknowledging harassment, but there's also suspicion and criticism in other. So even there speaks about how they were being like harassed. In some cases, it was met with suspicion and criticism in the media, in social media. Now, it would be unfair to say that the prominent #1 reporter on the Karmelo Anthony case contributed to this. But I don't know. Let me see something. Let me see if I can find this real quick. And so, again, this is just me looking at everything and just looking. Let me see. Karmelo Anthony renting $900,000 home in gated community with family, bought a new car after release on bond after Austin Metcalf murder. Y'all see what that say? 4/16, 4 days after this. I was the first to report on this 3 days ago. My life and my family has been threatened because of it. Wake up. Murderers are rewarded, and those who tell the truth will be denied security. Girl, that's a lie. Them people live there. Them people live there, and you perpetuated a lie. Shout out to Adrian. Thank you, girl. Right? And so when I say you know, I can't say what people, you know, might have done without a shadow of a doubt, right? But when you have someone that takes credit for being the first to report something that's a lie, kind of, y'all following me? It literally says, I was the first to report this. I was the first to report it.
Oh, was left up.
So make sure y'all screenshot that. All right, so let's listen to the rest of this clip, then we're gonna move on.
GoFundMe was taken down almost immediately because it went against their policy.
Correct.
And I correct people on that all the time, but unfortunately, when rumors like that get started, it's really, really hard to dispel them because
When rumors like that get started, it's really, really hard to dispel them. Yeah, I'm sure it is.
But was she not the one who started the lie?
So again, I'm presenting you all with the information, and I'm letting y'all draw your own conclusion. So I don't know. Based on what you've seen, do you think that is it a rumor? Somebody said, is it a rumor or is it a lie?
Like, I'm just not. What is she trying to dispel? Something that she started, and because she's getting slack for it. Oh yes, I'm trying to debunk this. Girl, what?
Somebody said is a lying rumor. It's well, okay, so we'll just call it misinformation. It's misinformation. I mean, I'm talking about top tier D1, get all the NIL funds, misinformation. I'm talking about like top tier. I'm talking about like LeBron James top tier. Okay, so we're gonna move on to the next piece of this interview, which is Ren. So I don't know who Ren is, but someone named Ren came up on the panel and asked the question. So we're gonna get into Ren.
Ask the question.
Go ahead, yeah, take your time, Ren. It's on you. Welcome in, Ren.
So I just want to know, like, why would that have mattered if they owned it or not?
because the AF Post, I think it's the AF Post, I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure it was AF Post, was trying to say that they had just gone and spent all the money they had received on the Give, Send, Go on the house. And that was false information. So
why does it matter what they do with any money?
Well, so the Give, Send, Go from the very beginning in the description stated that the money was for legal purposes. It wasn't meant to spend on a house or cars or anything like that. So a lot of people were angry, and a lot of people felt, I guess you can call it, betrayed for donating money when
no one did.
When people were
hold on,
Ren, you gotta let her finish talking,
and then you can interject.
I don't know who Ren was, but Ren wasn't having it.
People were saying that they were purchasing lavish things when the description
and people being her. She was some of the people.
Right.
She was the main person. Like the whole lie came from her.
But and someone said when you donate money, you know, that's just what it is. I agree, and Bayboy did double down and say that he absolutely did. But we're gonna keep going, and then I think we're gonna listen to. I'm gonna say this. Wait, let me show something real quick. There were people very upset about the fact that this family had a Give, Send, Go, right? So upset. Anybody see how many views at the bottom? Somebody tell me how many views y'all see at the bottom. Can y'all read that? 4.9 million views. No, that's 84,000 likes. 4.9 mil. If Mr. Lee is in the comments, bring him up, please. But this post says Karmelo Anthony. Now this is 4/16, 2 days, right? After Karmelo Anthony's on bond, 2 days after a day before moving out of the home, the family moving out of the home. As a 17-year-old, hold on. I got some other people, Gaga and A Royal. I might have to take y'all down for just a moment. Carmelo Anthony is 17-year-old. As a 17-year-old is learning that when you unalive in anger, you get a new house, a new car, a full security team, and hero status. No wonder he poked someone. Oh, thank you, Mr. Lee. His family is celebrating him. There is no accountability. This is where we are at in 2025. It's the narrative for me. It's the narrative for me. And so when we talk about that narrative that I just showed y'all on ChatGPT that, you know, they put out there about the sentiments of the Anthony family, $4.9 million. I'm talking about in media, we call it framing. I'm not going to say that that's what she was doing, but it definitely has, what was it that really, he said something really, that was pretty ingenious, but I can't remember what he called it. I hope it comes to mind, but yeah, this was definitely that. Okay, so we're gonna finish listening to Ren.
Description said that it was for his legal funds. They changed the description later. I think it was like a month or so later. They changed it to anything that they would need, living expenses, security, and so on and so forth. So people just wanted the truth.
People just wanted the truth. Now, the people that wanted the truth was the people that did not donate any money. In fact, I have a recording. Let me know if y'all want me to play it. Of Gibson Go's CEO Jacob Wells, who said that they offered 14,000 people refunds. Can somebody please guess how many refund requests they got? Somebody put in the chat a number of refunds that they think. Anybody? Somebody said, okay, people are saying 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Anybody? 0, 0. Yeah. Out of 14,000 people that they emailed and said, like, hey, we spoke to this family, because as I understand it, the Gifts and Go was set up on behalf of them. So it's likely that the initial description was not encompassing of the totality of their needs. So the Gifts and Go team worked with them to change it. But let's keep going.
Okay, Ren.
Let me also say this. It also didn't make sense for them to go buy an $800,000 home if they had literally just started a Give, Send, Go. Because how Give, Send, Go works is that when people donate, you don't get that money right away. You don't get access to it for like a week or so. Right. So how would they have been able to go purchase a home immediately?
But to piggyback off that, didn't the Give, Send, and Go owner come out and say they didn't touch any of the funds yet? So why were people thinking that they were spending the money when the owner came out and said they didn't even touch the dime yet?
So the owner...
Why was people thinking that they spending money when they hadn't touched a dime? The call was coming from inside of the house. Because of her. Well, partially, some of it had to do with her. It say it right up there. When you unalive an anchor, you get a new home, a new car, a full security team. But I don't think she would say like, yeah, like I reported it. It was me. Okay, so I need for Mr. Lee and Miss CB to come up. Lord Gaga, Arroyo. Can I take y'all down for just a second? Because then my other guest is coming too. So I'm gonna just switch y'all out for just a second, if that's okay.
That's fine. Absolutely fine.
Yes. Please have Mr. Lee. I've been waiting for Mr. Lee. All right, we're gonna continue this.
Came out and said that pretty early on, and then Kayla is actually the one who stated what day they had first been able to finally access it, which was 2 days before the press conference that they held.
Let me go to the chat real quick.
Don't do that. Nobody is dissing anybody. I'm making room for the guests, guys. Don't do that. Come on, baby boy.
Ren, you gotta unmute yourself. Ren, you're on mute.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
And the answers I give y'all, if you DM me and you want links to what I'm talking about, I'm more than happy to do that.
Why does it say track me video? Why is your name not on the list of the video?
Which list? Because there's two.
Any list. There's like
any list because I did.
Hold on. Let me before we go to the next part. Can anybody see that? Anybody see what that says? Yes. Can somebody please bring up Mr. Lee, and I'm gonna let you know who the other two people are. They were in the queue and they came out, but I think y'all should see. Now we're gonna read this, right? It says, many people seem to be confused about why this video was allowed to be seen, which parts were permitted for viewing and other details. Allow me to clarify, and if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. It says, I have seen the video via an OOR request. I think that's what it says. Let me see. I have seen the video via a OOR request. Okay, so let's get back to why. And honestly, this isn't even worth anything like debating whether she is on the list or not. I think it's just the context, right?
Because I did not view the video via an open records request.
Okay. So was there more people that also didn't view the video without the
Several, including Jeff Metcalf. You don't see his name on there. He's seen the video. Right.
And I'm sure that Anthony's seen the video also.
I keep getting messages. I know I'm waiting for Mr. Lee. I don't. Let me see. Let me see if I find Mr. Lee.
Okay. Mr. Lee said that your mom bringing him up.
Okay,
he said he requested a.
Oh, because you're private. Okay, all right. He's what's up, Mr. Lee? Okay, so I think we're doing okay. Let me back it on up. Okay, we're gonna
without the
several, including Jeff Metcalf. Which list? Because there's two.
Any list. There's like
any list because I didn't view because I did not view the video via an open records request.
Oh, somebody asked me to run it back. Let me go past that 10.
Which list?
I don't know why it started there. Okay, I'll just hit it twice. It probably gonna take us back 20 seconds.
And the answers I give y'all, if you DM me and you want links to what I'm talking about, I'm more than happy to do that.
Why does it say track me video? Why is your name not on the list of the video?
Which list? Because there's two.
Any list. There's like
any list because I didn't view. So many because I did not view the video via an open records request.
Okay. So was there more people that also didn't view the video without the
several, including Jeff Metcalf. You don't see his.
So I was always confused about that, and I think for now I'm just gonna point out: did you or did you not see it via an open records? Like, there's literally no reason to not, like. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. Okay, I'm gonna keep going.
His name on there. He's seen the video.
Right. And I'm sure that Anthony's seen the video also.
I'm sure they have.
Right.
Can I say something? Remember, so even if they did spend the money on whatever, like, there was no one that was even complaining about any of that. Like, we knew that they would potentially have to move or have to go somewhere else because of, I'm sure, like, their safety. So why would it be such a big deal if they did anyway? Like, why do you care, or why are you pocket watching, or any of that? Like, I don't understand. I just never done that before, to be concerned about what other people do with money that were donated to them for reasons to move or keep themselves safe. I think moving would have been a safe choice.
So when you put out a give, send, go, or any kind of fundraiser, and you put in the description that it is meant for legal fees, and then people see things like them living, quote, supposedly lavishly, and then you have a mainstream media article that comes out and says, hey, they purchased this home, they purchased these cars. People deserved to know the truth, so I went and proved that they were actually renting the home, but people were actually upset.
I went and proved that they were actually renting the home. ... With the give, send, go funds. What? Come on, man. No accountability.
People were speaking up about the fact that their money was supposed to go to legal fees. There were people who were complaining about it. Which is why they went and changed the description a few weeks later.
You know what's weird to me is, like, when you give money to a donation, and I understand, yeah, you think it's going here or there, but, like, when you give something, you should have, like, me personally, it shouldn't matter where it goes. Like, they want to buy Rolexes or they want to use it for legal fees. To me, it shouldn't matter. But I could get why people would be irritated, like, hey, we're trying to help you with your legal fees. But at the same time, is when you give something, you're giving it, right? Like, that's the problem.
I agree. When you give something, right, you're giving it. But let me run through to why in the heck, why the heck did it take all my stuff out of order? This is weird. All right. Let me see. No, it ain't that one. Hold on. Let me go back to my all files. Okay, there we go. Sorry, y'all. Okay, so this is the give, send, go. We're going to listen to what the give, send, go guy said. It says, Karmelo Anthony's plans for the 500K donations after Track Me Unaliving revealed by fundraising executive. And this was actually on April 30th, 2025. Let's listen to what he said.
They've indicated that some of it will be used to provide them some security, some much needed security. I mean, if what they're getting, which I imagine it's 10x what I'm getting, what my family's getting, the threats that we've received from people on the right around us allowing this campaign, that security is much needed for their family. And so, yes, they've mentioned that security is a real thing that they will be affording themselves in this situation, and I completely agree that that's probably necessary with some of the threats they've been receiving. And then also a secure location for them to live, rather than just somebody doxed their information.
Somebody doxed their information. That was the Give and Go guy said. Let me run that back. I don't know who, but he said somebody doxed
with some of the threats they've been receiving. And then also a secure location for them to live, rather than just somebody doxed their information. So that creates for a very bad situation for them. So it's completely understandable for them to go and find a decent housing where, but they were renting before, and they're continuing to rent. So it's like, okay, $3,000 a month, for the next year and a half. It's a very small percentage of the funds. We have a team that deals with verification and payouts, and I know that they spoke directly to the Anthony family around those, and some clarity was given. So no, I can't say too much specifically. I do know that we sent an email out to everyone that donated. So I think there's, I don't know, last I saw 14,000 people that had, sent donations. And we sent an email out to everybody reiterating that, because there was some confusion at the beginning about whether this one was specifically a legal defense fund or whether it was open for other things. And from the very beginning, the campaign was stated as in essence, a more general fund for the needs of the family during this difficult time. And so we wanted to bring clarity, so we reached out. They did update their campaign to say, hey, here's some of the things that we'll be spending money on. And we sent an email out to everyone that had donated saying, make sure that you've read, and if you have any questions now about their updated statement as far as use of funds, then you're welcome to ask for a refund if you think that it violates what you wanted to give your money to. And nobody, meaning 0 out of 14,000 people responded. 0 people responded saying, I want my money back, because I thought I was under the impression it was only a legal defense fund or anything like that. So we clarified any misconceptions with the people that have given, and none of them have changed their mind about giving.
Okay. So I think we heard the whole thing. Out of 14,000 people, nobody asked for their money back. So who was really concerned? Right? But that was the narrative, that people in the media, that people cared what this money was going to, and people were upset. Like, who? That sound like an owl. Who? Cardi B said, what was the reason? Okay, moving on. All right, I think this is part 4. Wait, let me make sure this. Yeah, I think we're at 3. Wait, oh. All right, y'all, hold on, let me see. I think we might have went through
Investigation.
Let me ask another question. Let me clear something else up. So Chris Allen got up here, and I did like a little.
Y'all best friend, Chris Allen. Y'all bestest buddies. I'll just say our bestest buddy, because Chris, she went on like a bull through the china shop or TikTok. Like, she came in like a wrecking ball, like the one that Miley Cyrus was up on, when, like a bull in a china shop. But let's go ahead. This is Chris Allen harassing Drew Anthony, and the stopping of the Give and Go funds.
Little interview with her, a one-on-one, and she let me ask her a bunch of questions. It was probably a month ago, and she actually told us about how she let me break it down about how she harassed the Anthonys at Drew's job, how they were writing bad reviews, how one of them even got a credit check and went to.
Oh, hold on, yeah. Let me So like I told y'all, I talked to Chris Allen. I got some Chris Allen messages that we can go through. Okay, let me see, because I got quite a few Chris Allen posts in there. No, it ain't that one. Let me see. Oh, nope. Oh, I don't want to share that one yet. All right. This is me and Chris Allen. We initially started talking over on Facebook. Like, she jumped in my inbox, you know. And I entertained her. I did.
To go test drive a car only to be like, we're not buying shit, made it all the way to Druid. And were you a part of that? Because a lot of people think you led that whole situation.
No. I didn't even know about it till after it happened. I didn't even realize. I mean, did he leave his job? Did he get fired?
He left.
He left. Okay.
He left because they made such an issue about him working there, and they were harassing the employer.
Right. So I actually heard about that after the fact. I had nothing to do with that. That's not my nature. That's not my character. I don't do things like that.
And Chris Allen got up here and said it was a group of her and her people, whatever. But
I think it was about 50 of them.
But everybody said that you led that. But I never heard Chris Allen say you led that, and I never got to ask you about that either. So you're not a part of that attack on Drew's word, right?
So we're gonna read this. Chris Allen says, "Yeah, I'm fully aware of that. I did not do it myself. I just called the dealership and told them that they would not be selling a car to me. But I know that, I know people that went in and drove cars and spent a very long time taking up a lot of the salespeople time. And then also, according to what they said, they went through financing because they wanted to see if he was there. Anyway, the whole song and dance, and then walked out and made it clear that they and nobody they knew would be shopping there. The dealership was really worried because they really care about their reputation." Hold on. Oh, wait, there's more. And Chris Allen, she types in paragraphs, and more so because she uses like text to talk or talk to text or something like that. So, yeah, for sure. I'm talking hella paragraphs. Wait, is this the update? Oh, wait, no. Okay, here's the next one. So I said, so y'all was just a little organized group, right? Because I told y'all I was going to turn some people. I ain't going to say that. Okay, no, well, not an organized group. Just people that talk to each other. Most of them got the idea of their own, all right? We did talk about it at breakfast one time. It kind of happened more like, oh yeah, I did that. Oh yeah, I gave them a call. Oh, you know what XYZ person do the other day that she went in and did the whole thing? Like I said, after about a week and a half of the dealership, the dealership admitted, if you talk to them in person, either on the phone or in the dealership, that he had worked there and that he had no longer worked there. They did not tell us if he was fired or if he left. Honestly, I think most of us didn't care. We just weren't going to do business as long as he was there. I mean, we had a picture of him with the dealership logo because they posted it on YouTube. Good old Chris Allen. Told me so much. She is how I knew that there was literally a group of people listening, dissecting, literally listening and watching and dissecting interviews to collect evidence to turn it in on random people. She literally sent me she wanted me to see some videos of somebody, so she sent me a link to the Google Drive, not realizing that she exposed some information. But I'm not the type of person to, like, I didn't care. I was just trying to get to the bottom of what I was trying to get to, right? But yeah, so kind of exposed some stuff about herself that I just kind of held on to. So yeah, what y'all think about that? Absolutely. did go to his job to harass this man.
No.
This is a lot of misinformation out that we gotta clear up. You know what I'm saying?
I challenge anyone to prove that because I had nothing to do with it.
I feel like Chris would have said it if you were. I feel like she would have said it.
Chris actually said that Sarah had nothing to do with it.
I feel like Chris would have been like Sarah spearheaded that, like she did. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like she would have said that. So she came up here. She claimed fame for that. And the worst part is,
I don't know why you would claim fame for that. I would never advocate for someone to lose their job.
Oh, she was claiming fame.
Oh, she went hard.
I would never buy a car from him. Bitch, women, you live in California. What are you talking about? How are you gonna buy a car from him anyway? You don't live out here. You don't live out there. How would you buy a car anyways? So you
know what's funny about that is in the beginning.
And let me just say, when I say harassing in nature, I will have to go through my screenshots, right? Because like I got tons and tons and tons of them. They were absolutely leaving reviews all over these people's stuff. And somebody outside of Chris Allen admitted that this was happening. But this person, I can't say too much but this person won't come forward. It's somebody completely separate from Chris Allen that actually knows people on the other side of the track that pretty much was like, yeah, this actually happened. Now, like I said, in regards specifically to Chris Allen, based on our conversation, she never said that she went in and test drove any cars. A lot of her stuff was more so kind of like making calls and leaving reviews. And I do actually have one of her reviews from the Chris Allen page. And I don't know, I've been showing y'all the receipts like this whole time, and I literally cannot find that receipt. So y'all gotta kind of just trust me on it. And if I find it, I'll be more than happy to share it. But she was absolutely leaving reviews on these people's stuff. And she wasn't even, I guess, living there at the time. So to be doing this, and you don't even live there, and you probably won't even be buying a car from them anytime soon. I don't know. It's giving harassment. %100% giving harassment. Okay, let's keep going.
And Chris Allen told me that she was in Texas.
Oh, yeah, she told everyone that, but
I had no idea she was in California.
Now, she was in California, but at some point she absolutely did live in Texas. Like, she graduated high school from there. Based on what I saw and pieced together. Like, you can literally put in her name in it. So, yeah. But I don't know to what degree, or I personally believe that there was still some ties there just off of our conversation, because based on our conversation, and this is getting too much into that, I don't even want to do it, because I don't want to say I feel like I met a different Chris Allen, but I was talking to Chris Allen before she was really like a bull in a china shop over on TikTok. She was still on Facebook, like harassing me in the comment. Well, not harassing me, but going back and forth with me in my comments under her real profile, the French fry. Yeah, I went back and I checked, and I was looking for a screenshot. And when she was announced, I was like, Christine, like, dang, I know that name. And sure enough, she was in my comments. And so at some point, she was using her real profile, and she was on my profile. And then she switched to using the Chris Allen. The Chris Allen. So I was kind of talking to Chris Allen, like this was way before, this was before my interview with Tiffany Billions. So I kind of met Chris at a time when she didn't really know about all the drama over here on TikTok, and she was still just kind of on Facebook trying to feel her way around. And one of the things that, if you've listened to Chris Allen, you've heard her say, I trusted a lot of people, a lot of the wrong people in the beginning. And she said that she quickly started to figure out who was who and who she could trust and this, that, and the third. So I kind of met pre-Chris Allen before even the whole Himothy. She was trying to dig into the Himothy thing. Like, that's how far back I was talking to Chris Allen. So just to kind of giving some context to that. But we'll keep going.
Imagine 45 minutes away from me. I'm like, what the fuck? You know,
That's
like
crazy.
This lady.
And then when I called her on it, her excuse was, I have a right to tell the employer I'm not gonna purchase anything from them. And I specifically stated, you're in California. When were you gonna come to Texas to purchase a car?
She lives in a motel. How she can buy a car? That's crazy.
And most of the outrage that we have is lies and the attacks on that family.
Facts.
Everybody has a right to go to Give, Send, Go, and there's plenty of people on there that ask for donations. But it has been a organized campaign to actually put them in the poorhouse where this young man cannot afford a defense.
I agree. And looking at this case from 4-4, I feel like there was an organized attempt. Yeah, and even if a bunch of people didn't go to Drew Anthony's job, Dominique Alexander did say that one person in particular did go to his job. But I'm going to leave that there.
Well, I don't have an organized campaign against the Give, Send, Go.
How they raise so much money? Who stopped them from raising money when they raised the most money I've ever seen for somebody in this situation?
No, ma'am, honey, because that young lady that used the N-word on that child, she raised over $1 million.
I said in this situation. I'm talking about as far as a criminal case is what I'm talking about. Who stopped him from raising money because he raised a nice amount of money?
That fund has been slowly growing because we have been advocating for people on TikTok every week.
I will say, I got to go back and I just got to find all of these screenshots. But I probably need to look through my videos, but there was one point, I would say towards like the end of April, it hit a dead, almost like, and we saw that ChatGPT said that when it came to the Anthony family, the negative perception was surrounding the Give, Send, Go. Like, there were really people that listened to all these lies that were perpetuated. One lie was that they purchased the homes and the cars. The second lie was that no, they didn't purchase it, they rented it. And we know who pretty much was talking about they rented it. And people believed that these people were misusing the funds, and it almost came to a screeching halt. And this is why I'm speaking up at this time, because I do feel like there was some injustice that happened with that, and nobody was held accountable. Nobody really spoke about what was truly going on. I gave y'all the timeline. Like, all of this stuff was happening during this timeline. So it did start to stall. In my opinion, I felt like it didn't make a good run like it could have, because by 4/14, the same day that Karmelo Anthony was released, it started hitting social media heavy and on these kind of like alternative news sites that they were misusing the funds. So I'm hoping that you all take what you hear. I'm showing y'all the screenshots, that y'all take this information and that y'all share factual information, because there might have been people who were on the fence with being able to maybe support Drew and Kayla in ways that could have been very helpful to them, but they saw all of this negative publicity and they just didn't know what was true and what wasn't. Could have been a missed opportunity for them. And so I'm here to set the record straight. I've given up kind of on accountability, so the most that I can just do is use my platform to try to set it straight.
To go and donate. We don't care how much it is, but I've seen those accounts that move very quickly and they reach their goals quickly.
Well, they say
they reached their goal quickly and they moved their goal up.
They moved it up because of the attorney fees.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, but they reached their goal really quickly. Like, I mean, that's nothing wrong with it. I'm glad whoever donated, they met their goal. But to say that somebody has been stopping their money,
it has stopped tremendously.
Well, that's because people don't want to give because
of the rumors.
I think everyone is done with them. If they get any donations, it will be very little to none. Let's hope so. My reporting on Dominique Alexander has reached millions on the X platform. I believe and hope that it has slowed down the donations considerably. Wow. Anybody want to give a thought of what they think about that? No
Yeah,
tacking, only a thought. Only thoughts, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I mean, she never wanted him educated or supported for that matter. She pretty much just wanted him and his family to be punished. So, what's her only way of doing that? Okay. I have this amount of followers on X and blah blah blah. That's just what she does. All she has to do is fucking lie, and she uses her followers to do the rest of the work.
Okay, so we're going let me go ahead, Shanika. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that I've said before, being an investigative journalist is about telling the truth. She never gave a fuck if she told the truth or not. It would have been a simple thing to look at the differences in the money day to day to see that no money was being taken out of that fund. And she knew that the quickest way to stop the support was going to be to discredit them. You knew that you were doxing them, so you knew that they were not using that money to go and live anywhere. And it's just the fact that, like I said, as a journalist, you willingly and purposely posted lies. And when I questioned her about what she had posted, she made a point to say that she reported what she found, but she didn't find none of those things. She literally made them up.
Thank you, Step. Okay. Y'all heard it from me. Now, we've been going for almost 2 hours, right? Y'all want to keep going? Are y'all tired? Huh? What?
Keep going.
Y'all want
This.
y'all want to keep going? Okay, because I got I got a couple more in-depth
Nina, I'm
parts.
actually going to drop down, but I just want to say real quick, thank you for keeping the truth alive. I mean, it feels good to be here. And, I actually been following it too. I got tons of receipts. I wish I could show it, but I'll just send it to you on the back end. But it feels good to be here because, I mean, it's real people in the room. There's no people, what the hell would people from Cambodia want to know about the Karmelo Anthony case, right? So, yeah, I just wanted to say that, and y'all have a wonderful one.
Okay,
Thank you for keeping the truth alive.
Thank you so much for coming up. Okay, let's.
All right, y'all have a good one.
Okay, bye.
Good night.
Let's keep going.
But again,
I don't think people are gonna give. Hold on. Let me say something real quick. When a give, send, and go starts, everybody knows the first couple months is when it catches fire. And the next, later down the line, it's not going to be $500,000 every one.
Huh?
Can you pause that for me? Can you pause that for a second?
Yeah.
One was in comments saying that my gang is harassing her. I haven't seen that, right? So I don't know what she's talking about. I know that someone just complained and she muted Peach for whatever reason. I don't have a gang, so I don't know what she's talking about. Is she your mod?
I don't.
Yes, she is. That's what I came up for.
It might have.
That's why I came up, Nita.
Everybody that's my mods have already been mods.
So her and
Okay, well, So
I'm
she's
sorry,
in the
Tiff.
comments
Her
talking about
and
I have a game. Go
her and
ahead.
Faith.
Well, here's the thing. Janina doesn't want people muted or blocked in the live.
Yes,
So
please, no,
before we start
no muting or blocking anybody, and unless they are just like doing the most. But at least let me know. So far, I have asked for nobody to
so
be
far,
muted. So please, no
Nina.
muting anyone. Yes.
Nina, she's doing it on her
Yeah,
personal vendetta.
y'all just stop tagging her. Yeah, just stop tagging her. Like, just don't say anything to her because
Well, she needs to stop
that's taken
muting
away from
people.
what
She
we're
needs to stop
doing.
muting. She needs to
Oh
respect.
yeah, you gotta stop muting people, but y'all stop adding her. That's taken away from what we're trying to do.
Well, she needs to
So
stop doing
don't,
what she's
you
doing
know.
as well. She needs to stop doing what she's doing as well.
Right, I literally just said that, and so did Janina. I'm not taking up for anybody. I'm just saying, I'm just trying to stop the confusion. That's all.
Yes, please. Let's. Can we please stay focused? Because if y'all looked at my setup over here, I'm on a wing and a prayer, and I'm trying to stay still. Oh my gosh, and read. I don't even know how to mod and unmod people, y'all. Please.
I'll help you with that on the back end, but you can let me down. I just came up before.
Okay, thank you.
Tiffany addressed
Everybody,
it.
please. No muting, no dropping nobody. This is about the Anthony family, and can everything else just be handled on the outside of this, y'all? Please.
If you would notice, it was going smooth until confusion came in. But you can go ahead and let me down. I got some comments.
Okay, yeah, and please, y'all know, don't let anybody else up. I was waiting for 2 more people, and I can't. I'm trying to get through this. I don't even know if they still even in the queue. I'm trying to focus, y'all. Please. Okay, please.
Janine,
Yes.
you can let me back down. I was just coming up. There was something that I wanted to mention,
Oh,
but
go ahead. I'm so sorry.
no. You're fine. It's something I've been talking about Tiffany about. I thought better of it, and I'm sure she'll be rolling out what it is after we talk about it. But thank you for allowing me to come up.
Oh, okay. Thank you for coming up, and I'm sorry.
No, you're fine, Janine. And I wanted to congratulate you on how organized the information is, how helpful, how it flows, how interesting it is. And I'm going to be down in the chat. So thank you so much for everything that you've done on this case.
Thank you, Miss Mason. It means a lot. So I would love to have you in the chat and just stick around. If somebody could drop her, that would be great. All right. Where are we? Okay, so we're gonna go back to
I don't care who you are. Even what's the lady's name? The white lady. I forgot her fucking name. I can't think of my. She had some crazy ass name. Shiloh Hendricks or whatever her name was. When she raised that million, that shit happened in the first 5 days. She go look at her gift and go. She hasn't raised $1.
It does slow down after a while.
She hasn't raised $1 since. So you guys got to take that into account too. The shit is hot. In the beginning, Austin raised money, Melo raised money. Down the line, people's attention span are this short. No matter what, it wouldn't have stayed that popping anyways. Now, for it to be slowed down, that's a possibility that it could have got slowed down. But for it to remain popping $100,000 a week or that's inevitable. That's not going to happen anyways. It doesn't matter what you do. I mean, it doesn't matter who you are. Every donation has showed that. If you go to any gift send and go or GoFundMe, no matter what, the first 90 days are the popping days. After that, it's like, you're doing good or whatever, but it ain't going up like how it was going for the first 90 days. And I know there was campaigns against it because I heard about them. We heard the most ridiculous shit. We heard the craziest shit that.
Y'all make sure because I still don't see Peach back in the comments. Mods, please make sure Peach is back in the room.
I think the craziest shit that they were buying. I mean, I heard what we hear. Well, airplanes, trains. There
was a lot of stuff
like I've ever heard in my life. And but I don't
Airplanes?
think, it was crazy.
They were saying they were purchasing all kind of stuff, and they never even touched a penny.
Right.
Airplanes. Okay.
Escalades.
That's the first I've heard that one.
What Escalades and
Escalades.
Not airplanes, flights.
I have never seen nobody buy no house in a week.
So
that's true.
So what do you say? Well, real quick, Faith, let me finish, and then you can go next. Sorry, Faith. Okay. And then what do you say, Sarah, to people that say that you're the reason that the gift send and go slow down? You solely.
I invite them to prove it.
Right, that's crazy.
All I've done is report, like as far as these campaigns that I guess are against the give, send, go. I'm not a part of those. I would invite them to prove it.
Ain't a part of the campaigns, but Show told some lies.
Started the camp. You know what?
Now, please make sure Peach is unmuted.
That's being a part of the campaign by telling lies, spreading lies on the family.
Can one of my mods please get Peach?
That is the campaign. What you mean? They part of it. That is the campaign to spread the lies so that people will stop giving. And I know that it works because literally, like in real life, I was having conversations with people about this case, and they were saying they took that money and bought a house. I'm like, no, the fuck they didn't. Like, I'm literally having to check people in real fucking life behind some shit that she said online and motherfuckers spread.
Okay, now we're gonna go to the next clip, which is somebody asked me, well, what did she say that she saw on video and some other things? So we're gonna get into it.
They track me video. Why is your name not on the list of the video?
Wait, I think we might have did this one.
Which list? Because there's two.
Any list. There's like
any list because I didn't view. So many because I did not view the video via an open records request.
Okay. So was there more people that also didn't view the video without the open Several,
including Jeff Metcalf. You don't see his name on there. He's seen the video.
Right. And I'm sure that Anthony's seen the video also.
I'm sure they have.
Right.
Hold on. I'm sorry, y'all. That was a duplicate. That wasn't the right clip. I'm sorry. I think this might be the right clip.
Oh, my word. So can you recap what you saw in the video for me, please? I'm not really super...
I don't know who this was, but she came not playing no games.
Super comfortable with talking about the video anymore, to be honest. I'm really not.
Well, you don't have to.
I'm just not I question the validity of your information because you don't want to name sources, you don't want to recap the video.
No journalist is ever going.
I'm not going to be nice after this.
And if you,
but Chris,
Chris, come on. Hold on. Wait a minute. We're not doing that, Chris. We're trying to get.
Yeah, Chris. Most reporters journalists do not reveal.
You don't have to worry about that. I'm just saying. I'm going to ask hard-hitting questions, so you might look for me now.
You can ask questions.
That's fine. You can go find the recap of the video. I mean, I literally wrote a whole thing on it. You can go do that. It's just that I've been asked by certain people to leave it alone, so I'm just trying to leave it alone.
Right. All right, about Ms. Flawless, you got anything else?
Oh, okay. So I think she said you could read the recap. So it says, many people seem confused about why this video was allowed to be seen, which parts were permitted for viewing and other details. Allow me to clarify, and if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. I have seen the video via an ORR, open records request. This actual stabbing event cannot be seen. Only the fruits in the chat, y'all. Only the moments before and after. You cannot see what is happening, and you cannot identify faces. The footage is very grainy, which is cap. I flew 1,300 miles from Florida into DWF, whatever, to see this video. The footage is very grainy and recorded from far away. The opposite side of the stadium, the actual poking is not shown, as this portion is being withheld by the DA for possible evidence in the case. However, I've been told that much of it may not be admissible since nothing is clearly visible. After the poking, EMS arrives on the scene 9 minutes later. You can see an individual running down the bleachers, tripping and falling and getting up and continuing to run. This individual is Karmelo Anthony. That was true. The publicly released clip has no evidentiary value. Unfortunately, many false reporters and activists defending Karmelo Anthony have used this video to claim they saw the incident. They saw absolutely nothing. I reported this weeks ago, but for the first time, I'm grateful that the mainstream media is finally catching up, though I'm not a fan of misleading headlines. Now everyone knows that people like Tiffany Billions and other disruptors are lying about claiming that it was self-defense. Okay, moving on. For those of you that wanted to know, this was on Facebook. And so she said, you can go read her recap. And so this was the recap. So I bought it here for you all to see. So for those of you that don't have your daily heart meat, get your daily heart meat. Because when I say all this stuff took me 2 days to compile to ensure for accuracy and to be thorough, like, yeah. Okay. Let's keep going. Oh, go ahead.
Let's keep going. Can I ask a question?
Oh, go ahead.
So, open records report is a FOIA request, right?
Yes, that I would assume that
Yes, that
FOIA,
I would assume that
OOR, and
FOIA, OOR, and
the
it's
TPIA.
all the
Yes.
same thing. TPIA. It's all the same thing, and I would assume that the reason why she used ORR and not FOIA request is because she does not want people trying to follow up and do what she supposedly did. But I'm confused because didn't we just hear this motherfucker say that she didn't see it via a FOIA request?
Correct. She said she didn't see it via ORR request. But yes, she did say that.
But yes, she did say that. Caught in the lie.
Yes. Okay. So thank you for the popular votes. Let's keep on trucking. Whew.
Or Chris, I'm gonna start taking questions for the chat.
So I know you can actually drop me. That was my only question that I had was about
We'll get you
call
off,
back.
We'll get you off that list.
Thank you very much.
We're gonna put me. I'm gonna switch you off.
We're gonna put Bayboy on there instead. Okay.
Disruptor number one. She gonna be so mad. He's not a disruptor. Yes, I am.
Don't forget your Chris Allen outfit.
I had to take that shit off. That shit was bothering me.
Not gonna cap that Chris Allen outfit was hilarious.
I hope she saw that shit too. She saw it.
Also, can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, Sarah.
The list that Tiffany has been sharing where it says Sarah Fields or whatever, and then under the check mark it says no. First of all, I didn't see the video via an open records request. And second of all, I don't think that list is, I think that's a fake list.
Yeah,
so
we did too.
So just so you know, I sent an open records request to Frisco ISD, and I have requested all of Tiffany Billion's open records requests and all the responses so I can see what she has actually received from them. Because if she didn't receive that list from them, then that list is fake.
And I know these people is tired of y'all open records request on the open records request on an open records request, but I ain't gonna cap. So, I did an open records request on somebody else, but that was because I got suspicion that somebody that's probably listening to this, that's operating as somebody, is actually an attorney that's attached to somebody. It gets sticky. But I'm not gonna go there because I'm still following up on that. But yeah, go ahead.
Janina, so she requested the list through an open records request, but didn't see the video through an open records request. She saw it another way.
So I heard in another.
I heard in another. Doesn't that post say she saw it through an open records request? Even though she told us that she didn't, she wrote in that post that she did. Or am I tripping? Can you reread that?
I'm trying to. Like, she said that she saw it via an open records request, then didn't see it through an open records request, but requested a list through an open records request.
So it says, I have seen the video via an ORR. This was on June, I think that says 10th. So, but I did hear, I don't remember what panel she was on, but I did hear she said that she kind of has her ways or something along those lines that she said, because they were asking her about it then too. And so she kind of alluded to that she has her ways, which that's what made my ears perked up, because you was on all across social media telling everybody that you saw it via ORR, which I just like was all this even necessary? I don't know, but I was confused, but let's just keep going.
One who it had to be fake because it said no under us, and we were there.
I know, right?
It doesn't make any sense.
We have pictures that we were there.
Like, why would my name be on there?
How did you see it?
I saw it with I didn't see it via an open records request. That's all I can say.
Can you just?
This is what I'm talking about. I'm not comfortable with talking about this.
Okay,
You can't
Chris.
push her to answer
Can you
questions.
just drop me off the panel?
Yes, I will.
What, big boy?
Big boy, I'm gonna be sure.
Okay, so that's the whole open records request. Now we're finna move into Melanie Staller.
There's no difference. There's no difference between the open records request and the formal request.
Okay, so it kind of sounded like she said she was about to say that she might have saw it with someone, and I think she kind of stopped. So I don't know. I just, all I'm just saying is, I'm just talking about the discrepancies and just y'all know. But let's get into Melanie Staller, aka I messaged you. Check your messages.
What about, do you mind if I ask you about Melanie Staller? Or? Let me say something.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Because I'll be honest. I gotta be honest. So in the beginning, obviously, we're, a lot of Karmelo supporters was just listening to Tiffany about what she would say about you, Like, we didn't do our research. So, like, not about that extra shit, but like, oh, she's working with Melanie and Melanie giving her this and that and blah, blah. So when all the Melanie shit happened, like, it was crazy, right? Because I had a whole whatever.
So just to recap for those of you that might be new here and don't know, so Melanie Staller was a clerk, and I believe that she was actually in the indigent office of Collin County. She was a clerk that got employed, I believe, with the office around May of 2025, according to a Facebook post. She was seen commenting on Sarah's post in regards to pretty much inboxing her. What it was about, I don't know, right? I'm just kind of telling you all the story, the background, stuff like that. Melanie Staller's job was eventually contacted. Melanie Staller was eventually placed on a suspension, and Melanie Staller was then eventually fired. There are text messages that were released by somebody that said, I just got suspended without pay pending this investigation. And because I looked up the case when I had no business. Wow, Chad. But okay, let's keep going.
So when all the Melanie shit happened, was she one of your sources, or did she get caught giving you any information?
No. She didn't provide me with any information. She was not a source. How that started, which is actually funny because she was a friend on Facebook, but I didn't even know that she worked for the courts. She was just someone who, regularly commented, but I didn't even know that she was someone who worked for the courts. And then she posted under one of my posts and said, hey, I sent you a DM. It wasn't to send me any information or anything. She just wanted to ask me something in private. And Tiffany then took that screenshot and then put it up on a live or something like that and was telling people that I was working with her. And then someone sent it to me and I was like,
that's the one that's circled. It says, I messaged you, check your message. That's the message that she's talking about that Tiffany took, just kind of for the record, guys.
Like, what? I didn't even know what she was talking about. And I went and looked, and sure enough, she was the clerk for the courthouse, but I didn't even know that. Like, she wasn't providing me with anything.
And I'm guilty too, because I really thought she was working with you.
Her evidence was a screenshot of her commenting and saying, hey, I'm sending you a DM. That was her evidence.
Right. But the way she spun it, I even dug into, I go down rabbit hole, and obviously we couldn't pull nothing out of it because we didn't know where the information went. But at the end, we didn't know what she gave out. We had the text message that she texted Dallas about her admitting that she looked shit up or whatever. But there was no evidence.
She didn't need to give me anything. I got everything via open records request. There was no reason for her to give me anything.
Right. So
Like, what would she have given me?
Do you know what she released? Do you know anything that what she was accused of releasing, or what her?
I have no idea. I did find out that she had lost her job.
Oh, so she is fired. She is fired. I heard she got.
Yeah, I did find out later that she lost her job. She said that Tiffany and several other people kept calling her job and harassing her and her boss.
I think she deserves to lose her job. I ain't gonna lie.
So I don't know why she lost her job, and I've tried actually asking her several times, if she understood why, and she's told me no.
Well,
I don't know why.
You take an oath at those places. I couldn't work for the courts. I'm not, fuck the courts. But you take an oath at those places, and you don't go looking people up. And she admitted that she looked people up, which is she should have got arrested.
So I will say this. So y'all remember when I told y'all, okay, Melo got caught bun on 4/14. Melanie Stoller started working there around May. Remember, the courts didn't redact the address until after he was indicted. So that pretty much means that if she accessed, which she likely did, that file before that sealing of the address happened, she would have had access to Karmelo Anthony's address. Which, like Baby Boy said, you typically take an oath for that kind of stuff, right? That's I'd imagine that's, I don't know if that's like some type of invasion of privacy or something like that. I don't know what y'all think. Is invasion of privacy? Y'all think it's like a broken law if you going into cases that you're not supposed to? I'm not saying going to cases giving information, but you go into cases, like, I could see how it would be a little suspicious. I don't know, but we're gonna keep going. So yeah.
Shit, honestly, because I don't know who she gave the information to or what she did. I'm a big believer in not calling people's jobs, but this could have directly affected the case. And what they told us is that she was suspended with pay or without pay. I can't remember. And we were not sure that if she was fired or not. So, if she's fired.
She was suspended at first, and then she was released from her job.
Okay.
Yeah, she was suspended according to this test.
So you did not have that relationship.
I was suspended without pay.
She told me. So I'm just telling you what she told me, that she was suspended at first, that people were calling her job, that her boss was being harassed, and then she said that she was released from her job, and I did ask her why, and she said she didn't know. She kept telling me she didn't know, so I dropped it at that. I left it alone. And that is actually part of the lawsuit why I'm going after Tiffany, because that Charleston White also tried to say that I was working with her, and she sent me documents.
We all thought it, Sarah. It's not.
Okay, moving on. Now we're gonna get into the retraction of information and maybe some possible, accountability. I don't know, maybe a little bit. Let's see.
Go ahead, Miss Knox. You got a question?
I did when I requested. One who kind of answered it in the comments, but so we all know that even like news stations, Fox, NBC, all that, they'll report with what information is available first, and then sometimes they'll have to walk it back. They'll have to retract it once more information is coming out. So with stuff like the disruptor list, is there anything that you're reporting or that you have reported on that you have found out that isn't all the way correct, that you need to retract and give more,
like in the past regarding this case or other cases?
This case, the Karmelo Anthony case.
This particular case, the one thing that I've gone back and talked about was the house situation. Mm-hmm. If you want me to put a retraction out for the disruptors or whatever, I'm fine with doing that.
I don't have a personal dog in that fight because I'm not on that list, but I'm sure it would be appreciated by like one who intrigues and stuff. But I also don't think that you did that maliciously. Like,
no. No, I did not.
And it's everybody's TikTok names.
Okay. So that was in regards to a possible retraction. She said the house situation wasn't really clear exactly what about the house situation, but yeah, I think we kind of already know that. All right, moving on. So Shaniqua is about to get ready.
Hold on one moment, Janina.
Yes?
One moment. If you go to the inbox message that said inbox indictment coming next week.
Mm-hmm.
The message that Sarah had on her page, indictment coming next week. So no one knew when the indictment was coming down specifically. And if she wasn't speaking, how did she know that? If that information had not been, how did she know the inbox? Because someone put that in the inbox. So it's just not adding up. So no one knew the indictment was coming down.
So I tried to think of this from different angles. I considered, well, being that, she does know Jeff Metcalf, or at least to some capacity knows him, maybe he might have knew that, hey, an indictment's coming down. We're going to be going after this for your son. So that was something that I considered. Now, granted, it does say inbox. I don't know. But I did try to consider other ways. And so that was one way that I thought, well, maybe she might have been alerted by the family that, hey, this is going to move forward potentially. But I do think that just kind of like the facts surrounding everything would lead a reasonable person to believe that there might be a little bit more to the story than what's being portrayed. And that's just kind of how I feel about it. All right, so we're about to go to 8.
He's not supposed to be under the tent.
There was Frisco ISD school policy states that you are supposed to be under your own tent at all times, and the coaches are very strict about that.
Okay, that was for football and basketball.
No, it's for track.
Okay, because I did not see that for track.
Yeah, there is a school policy for tents under track. The parents actually have to sign something in the very beginning that states that, and the students have to agree.
So therefore, the other students would just have to stand out in the mist or rain or whatever because they're not allowed to go under there?
No, from what I understand, he had somewhere to go. But also, from what I have been told, during that time, it wasn't even raining that hard. It was drizzling. The reason that they
But if you saw the video, for those of you that saw the video, you know that at one point before the poking even happened, the rain picked up because people started moving quickly. They was moving so quick, I thought that it was fast forwarded. I asked the guy that was sitting next to me, like, is this fast forwarded? He's like, no, it's raining. You can literally see the rain bouncing off the bleachers. Like, yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Lee.
And you could also tell that the rain had already, it had recently rained really hard before the video even started because it had puddles of water all across everywhere.
I agree. You could definitely make out those wet spots, but in that video, you could absolutely see, you could see the rain bouncing like off of that, and that's just how not grainy the video was. That you could literally see the rain bouncing. And everybody remember little yellow poncho guy that was in front of the tent while it was raining, and so yeah. Let's keep going.
They paused everything was because lightning had been found within a 30-mile radius of the track, and they can't run if there's that warning out there. But it didn't actually start to rain hard until after the poking.
So was Karmelo?
I don't know. It seemed like
let me ask
to
a quick
me
question.
throughout.
Because I'm gonna forget. Was he that day of the poking? Was he scheduled to perform?
He was not scheduled to run. No.
So why was there school there then if he wasn't scheduled to run?
Because other kids at the school were scheduled to run, and they stick with their team. Like you, even if you're not running, you stick with your team to support your team. So that's quite normal.
Was he running the next day?
I don't know.
Because I remember he was on the roster for the next day, and he wasn't on the roster for the first day.
I definitely want to say that. So we kind of see the post. It says, these are insane rumors flying around about the Karmelo Anthony case. Here are some facts. Karmelo was on the Centennial track team, but did not qualify for the district meet and skipped school to go to the meet. The next, Karmelo previously got in trouble at school for FIGHT and having a knife on his person. Karmelo bought a knife to the meet and was going into other schools' tents looking for trouble. According to Texas law, a person may act in self-defense to defend themselves or others if they believe the force is immediately necessary to protect against the threat of lethal force. Using force in self-defense is only considered justified when it is proportional to a perceived threat. This means that Karmelo Anthony does not have a self-defense case, but they can try. Yeah, I think Dominique said that he was supposed to be at that track meet and that he actually did not skip school. I don't think that I'm at liberty to say something that I think would shock people and give people perspective to a negative rumor that was put out there, and it actually wasn't negative at all. With that being said, I'm not at liberty to say that, but in regards to the incident that I heard, that it was in regards to the one, I guess they talked about it where no one was at the bond hearing about nobody getting in trouble, or it was handled basically internally. Allegedly, it's because it was how can I say this? Not bad, and I'll say that. So y'all just remember that, and then maybe we can circle around to this. Let's keep going.
So we're like, why is he not?
Let me see if I can find Shaniqua or the trucker.
No, don't bring trucker.
Well, because of the school policy, I remember.
Get Shaniqua. Call Shaniqua.
I'll call her because I remember reading the policy under track, and it did state that they could visit each other under those canopies. So I just want to check with Shaniqua.
Sarah, let me ask you this question. It's a little off topic, but it's this way. Is it true about all the teachers who resigned and got fired over this case? Is that true?
Yes.
That list, that whole list that Tiffany was showing, that's all real?
Yeah, you know what really disgusts me about that is that I don't think that list should have been shared. I had that list a long time ago, and I purposely didn't put it up because I had a feeling they would be targeted, and she put it up anyway because she targets people.
And you know what disgusts me is, like, because I have this educational background, right, in PR, communications, journalism, right? Words have meanings, and I'm also learning that as I study for the LSAT. Words have meanings, and when we talk about being intentional, right, and it's not to take up for anyone, but one of the things that I noticed, right, is that for one person, the intrusiveness is investigative reporting. For another person, right, the intrusiveness is targeting, right? I would say that in some cases, like, things that I know that she's 100% against, which is like knowing who the police officers that's involved in the Karmelo Anthony case. Let me tell you something. That's not a bad thing to know, right? I don't like anybody that would target a police officer, right, is crazy. But to know who these officers are, in my opinion, is not a bad thing. Let me tell you why. Because where I live at, we got a whole police force that is under investigation because these fools was cheating on a test to get into the FBI, like the FBI test. They was cheating. They was having people do their work. It's like this whole big scandal was people was just getting promotions. There was a guy that came from another precinct, and he had some stuff that happened to him in that precinct that should have never allowed him to even be a police officer. He should have never made the force. And the people that busted all these people out was another police. He was talking about the ingrained corruption. Like when I say it's so crazy and how all this got started was because the wife of an officer that got mad busted it out and told everybody. And it sparked an internal affairs investigation. And these people are finding out that some of these police officers that were hired on a good old boy system, and they should have never even been either getting hired or promotions. But these are the people that govern us. The guy that was over the charities done filed bankruptcy, and one of the stipulations is to be over this charity of the sheriff's office money. You can't even have a bankruptcy. Right? So I think that there is a level of accountability, and there has to be responsible like digging. And so when it comes to police officers, I 100% believe that there should be a public list that can be accessed at any time in real time in regards to police officers and them bouncing around, because we know that they'll bounce around. And if you work for the government, if you work for the people, if you are paid by taxpayers' dollars, that the taxpayers deserve to know. But what we're not going to do is frame certain things as investigation and other things as targeting, right? Because now y'all feel me? Y'all get me? Or am I like kind of going off?
I understand.
Okay, perfect. Let's keep going, because Shanika's gonna be making her debut soon.
Damn, that was a lot of people on that list. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't realize it was. I'm like, that's a lot of people. But it was like a scandal almost, right? What about this? Was this fake? Hold on one second. Hold on. The teacher that allegedly put out the stuff like, A, he got in a fight last month. B, he had a poker. C, da da da. Was that a real post from a real like PE teacher or one of Austin's teachers?
That was from a coach.
That was real? That was really from a coach?
Yes.
Oh,
that was from a coach.
So that's a real post.
Yes.
I'm gonna see if I can find this post.
Yeah. Well, he was actually forced to resign. But yes.
I never knew that was a real post. I always thought that was a fake post. I always thought that was a propaganda post. I always did. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah.
Well, I put that up in the beginning. I try not to put up fake things. I try to like verify it.
I know, Kick. I seen it, Kick, but I
didn't really want to put it up yet.
I feel like
Hold on, let me see. So this was a post that was made by a coach that went to Memorial, and allegedly, he was, at the trap meeting, he made a list of things that I guess you could say were not supposed to, or things that happened. Like, I gotta find it, y'all. It's just so many screenshots. This is ridiculous. I got it in here somewhere. So then that way y'all can see it. Okay, here we go. Here we go again. Okay, you can't see it, but it says Karmelo was on the Centennial track team, but did not qualify for the district meet and skipped school to be there. Karmelo Anthony previously got in trouble for FIGHT in this. Wait a minute. Didn't we just read this?
That's a part of Sarah's post.
It is.
So he just regurgitated the lies that she put out.
Or I don't know. It's got to be maybe one of those two ways, or maybe they got it from a third. I don't know. This is crazy. I didn't even see that when I was reviewing this, but yeah. Okay, we see it, right? This is crazy. Okay. So let me try to go back to his other posts. So, fun fact, I actually talked to this guy in my inbox in Facebook. So I'm a little bit more I don't know. I guess I'm kind of like equally the same on both as far as activity. But yeah, I made a post that just really got tons and tons and tons of engagement, and he slid in my inbox. Sir, I heard investigators was looking for you, trying to get in contact with you. But here you are in my inbox telling me, I ain't gonna go there. Maybe I'll show y'all, but we had a nice little exchange. Let me try to see where okay. Let me see which one. We'll go here. Rich Goddess, there was many witnesses. There probably is a video that won't be released to the public for obvious reasons. It's going to be a long, ongoing trial. I would say that all of my kids had the same exact story, and there were 6 schools at that event and may have blah, blah, blah. So yeah, that was for sure a real post, and he resigned, and I don't know, maybe one day I'll share our conversation to give y'all a little insight on what he said. Don't want to reveal it all.
I mean,
okay, so that's the end of that. Now we're gonna go into why pull Drew's background. So I'm gonna put something up, and I just want y'all to read it. And after y'all read it, I want y'all to listen to it. Let me see. Nope. Okay. Now look at that date now. Well, that was the screenshot. So I took this screenshot July 29th of my inbox, but I don't know the exact date. I don't know if July 29th is a Monday. But it's probably not, which means that my text with Chris Allen go back before July 29th. But this says, I pulled Drew Anthony's record very soon to when this happened because I have access to those kind of things. And I pulled it because they were representing this Disneyland family. I told y'all she did not like the fact they had a family unit. And I just wanted to see if he had a past. And lo and behold, had a very long record, which I do think is pertinent because statistically, the children of criminals are much more likely to be criminals. And just in case you're wondering, I am legally allowed to pull background records, even just the ones I'm curious about. I had already been posted by then, and I was just checking to see if what they were posting was accurate. Okay, so let's listen to this. Now, we just heard what Chris Allen said, right? And so I know Chris Allen probably came in here and capped about some stuff. Okay, I'm just playing.
He's not supposed to be under the tent.
There was Frisco ISD school policy states that you are supposed to be under your own tent at all times, and the coaches are very strict about that.
Okay, that was for football and basketball.
No, it's for track.
Okay, because
Wait, hold on. No, I'm sorry, y'all. I ain't even go to the next video. We're out here running my mouth. Okay. Okay. All right, y'all. Listen to this, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna let it play through.
Why did you dig into Drew Anthony's criminal record?
Because I dig into every single person involved with the case, all of their backgrounds. It's not just Drew Anthony.
That's okay, what does Drew Anthony's record have to do with what happened on April the 2nd?
Sure, what does my record got to do with shit? Hold on. What does my record got to do with this shit? When they're over there on the Karmelo side pulling my record, that's what. Why do people not care about me? That shit pisses me off hella bad. They're pulling my record. They're calling the DA. And not one person says, "Why are you doing that? Why are you digging in his record? Why are they worried about what Drew did? This is what Drew got done 20 years ago."
Okay, baby boy, we can talk about that. Okay, baby boy, let's talk about it.
I don't want to talk about it. I'm just saying.
Well, wait a minute. Can I ask her a question regarding the record?
Drew did that 20 years ago. Nobody cared about what Drew did 20 years ago.
Exactly. I understand that you decided on your own to look at these records, but why was it important for you to even publish them when Drew Anthony is not the one on trial?
listen to what is about to be said.
She's telling me
The
nobody
published
should be
one?
publishing nobody's records.
Yeah, it should.
Right,
Yeah,
nobody should be publishing anybody's
nobody's
records.
records.
I agree with you, baby boy.
I
Nobody's
could be
records
wrong
should be.
that I
That shit is-
did not
I
see it
don't
on your
fuck with
page,
that
but it
part,
has
bro.
been published out.
No, I agree with you. Nobody's record should be on file. But I have a question for you, Sarah.
She didn't answer me yet, Shanice.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, this is not an attack. Hold on. Time out. This is not an attack either. We're gonna ask questions. Not.
Oh, no, I'm not trying to attack her.
I'm just saying,
I
you're
legitimately
going
have a
fast,
question.
bro. You're going just clown.
I'm sorry.
I just
Oh,
you gotta hold on.
When you writing this, I'm sorry.
Let her
When you
answer
writing
my
the story,
question.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Shanika, but one who had a question. And
One who intrigued after.
Yeah, I asked her a question about why is Drew Anthony's criminal record important in this case when he's not the one on trial?
Because a lot of people were curious on whether he had an active warrant, which
A lot of people was curious if he had an active warrant. I pulled Drew Anthony's record very soon when I saw this happen because I had access to that kind of thing. And I pulled it because they were representing this Disneyland family and I wanted to see if he had a past. And lo and behold, he had a very long record, which I do think is important. Wait, I don't think that's the one. Oh, there it is. Listen, I got this looking at this from outside looking in, but we as women in this community and as mothers of children in this community don't want murderous family living here. I know that they have to. I know that they can't go anywhere, but literally there's a warrant out for Drew in Louisiana, and they're not salt of the earth kind of people that they're trying to make themselves out to be. And and I know for a fact from a friend that the Anthony family from the Anthony family that Kayla is not the mom. That was cap. But I have actual recording of Chris Allen always talking about like backgrounds she pulled. And she actually said she has a folder of backgrounds that she already pulled and that she would share them with anybody that was giving anybody problems. I absolutely do believe that she probably did pull some backgrounds, but who knows? Let's just keep going.
she did.
I understand that, but curiosity has nothing to do with the case.
Well,
It's just digging. I'm sorry.
So
It's just digging into their history, as they do lots of times when BLQ people are involved, and I just don't understand why that has to always be when it's not necessary. It's not even affecting the case.
Right. So first of all, this has nothing to do with BLK. I don't care if you're BLK or white tea or whatever y'all call it. I don't care about that. But he did have an active warrant, and he's the father of the kids. So I'm very thorough with my reporting, and it's what
So
I.
why didn't you?
But there.
Hold on. She talk. Go ahead, Sarah.
There are a lot of people that I've reported on both sides. He did have an active warrant. I don't know if it's there anymore, but that was posted back in July. Since then, I've left him alone. There's actually other things I could have reported on, and a lot of people have actually asked me to, even today, but I told them I'm not going to because, honestly, I just don't care anymore.
Remember I told you that one who? Remember I told you that one who? Remember?
You told me that. I'm just trying to.
She's not doing that.
I'm just trying.
She's not even
In my own mind, I'm trying to establish why it is even considered or investigated.
Right. I don't think nobody's record should be published online.
Right.
But let me ask you a question, because if you did a deep dive into everybody associated with the case, that means you also did a dive into Megan and Jeff Metcalf as
correct.
Well. All right. So why didn't you post the same disparaging things about Jeff Metcalf?
Because the report on Jeff Metcalf was false.
Oh, wait a minute. Not that you're an investigative journalist. I'm sure you could have gotten the facts of the case and the facts of his record. So what I'm saying is, and if you got something that was false, why wouldn't you continue to dig and journal and investigate until you got the accurate information and posted that right along with it. Because what it looks like, right, from the outside looking in, is that you made it your mission to post disparaging remarks and disparaging articles about people associated with Karmelo Anthony, and not so much the people associated with Austin Metcalf, right? For instance, I saw you make a statement that says how you are determined to make sure that Karmelo Anthony is found guilty. Why isn't your stance as an investigative journalist to make sure that justice is served and not that this boy is found guilty?
What do you when you talk?
I just want to say, Shaniqua, I 100% understood what you were asking her. And I will say that I believe that journalists, and just according to the ethics of, different journalism type societies, as journalists, your job is to report the facts. And if you investigate, to investigate the facts. And I just want to say that there is a difference from, being a journalist or being like in a blogger or vlogger, where it's a little bit more loosely defined in what is seen as ethical or unethical. Because one of the things that we do know is that there are organizations that, and this isn't a political thing, but that do pay right-wing influencers and media personalities to publish things that run along a specific narrative, right? And so with journalism, that would be considered unethical, but we know that people do this all the time. And I'm not saying that this is what Sarah is doing. However, I will say that there are absolutely journalistic ethical standards that journalists should abide by. And one of the things that we learned at Florida A&M University School of Journalism and Graphic Design is that the media is here for the people, to help. Even the exposures should be to help and to educate the audience so that they can make better and more informed decisions, right? And not to continue to perpetuate narratives. Moving along.
Talk about Jeff Metcalf's record. What are you referring to?
Okay. So I'll allow you to dig into that on your own, because I'm not the investigative journalist. Okay, that's not so much important as my follow up question. Right.
And mind you, when it came to the background wars, I did not participate in them. I have no desire to clear it up, because I resolved from early on that pulling people's backgrounds didn't matter, because this case is about Karmelo Anthony and what took place between Austin Metcalf, Hunter Metcalf, and under the teepee or the canopy and stuff like that. Who did what to when and to how, that's not my business. That's where things kind of get sticky. That's where things get messy. And so I never participated. My participation in it, my decision to not participate was intentional. And I just felt like, from an kind of like a ethical standpoint, like these things didn't matter if it's not pertaining to Karmelo Anthony in this case, or the other people that are directly involved in the case, not all of the outside things. So now we're going to move on to biased journalism and more background pulls.
I've already answered it. There's no such thing as an unbiased reporter.
But I'm talking about the guilty part. Okay, so let me take the non-biased part. Let me ask the question again without the bias. As an investigative journalist, why isn't your stance that you are determined to see that justice is served rather than the stance you have taken, which is to ensure that Karmelo Anthony is found guilty?
And I 100% again get what you're saying. And when it comes to journalism and biases, right? The way that I see it is some journalists have like beats that they prefer. And so beats are like just different subsets of things or topics that a person might be interested in covering. So some people might just be interested in school pew-pewings, and so, or some might be interested in tax waste fraud or something like that. And that's where they kind of plant their flag. But there's a difference between, being biased and being fair, being biased and being ethical, being biased and, presenting two sides of an argument, presenting two sides of a thing, not to persuade or dissuade, but solely to present information so that people can make informed decisions. So I just wanted to say, Nick, I felt you.
Did he poke someone?
Yeah, because this is the thing.
Did he poke someone?
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I paused it.
I just think that while you can call yourself a journalist, you got to remove the investigative part, right? Because it sounds like what you are is just a columnist, right? You just write your opinion about things. You're not investigating anything. Because investigators present facts, not biases. And that's just what it is.
Exactly. Exactly, Shaniqua.
Yeah, so I know that there was kind of like a roundabout about that, but I was able to catch it. Let's keep going.
Is there such thing as justified homicide?
Is there or self-defense?
There's no evidence of self-defense.
There's no evidence of murder.
Yes, there is, because he poked someone.
You have the same evidence that I have, and I think there is a tremendous amount.
Please.
I think that there's a tremendous amount of evidence that shows that he utilized self-defense, but you're still not answering.
Can you please
my
show it?
Hold on, Nick.
I would like to see that.
Listen, can you please
This
just answer
is
the
I
we're
answered
just
the
turning to
question.
debate. We're turning to debate. We're not debating. We're doing questions. You're turning into debate. We're trying to do questions.
But it did bring.
It's a debate now.
I have a question. It did bring up a question for me. You said you do a background check on everyone that's involved. I'm curious how you are defining who's involved or closely related to the case.
Family and anyone who claims to be the lead advocate. So people.
Family or anyone that claims to be a lead advocate. Girl, why you pull this man background? Why you pull Mark Anthony background? Months ago.
Well, like Dominique Alexander and Tiffany Billions.
I'll tell you this: there's somebody that's from that side that I can confirm that came to me and was like, blah blah blah. I don't even know, but yeah, she did pull somebody from that side too, that we all know. You know what I'm saying? So she pulled Mark from this side back a couple months ago. So she just, if you get close to what it sounds like, she just pulling our shit. I mean, it is what it is.
Well, that's the reason I was kind of asking, because of
Mark
Dallas
3 months ago, 4 months ago.
Because Dallas Lady, if I'm understanding correctly, is a friend of Megan Metcalf, and she's been like in the same position as Mark, saying things about the case. But did you pull her background?
Dallas's?
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Oh, I didn't want to say that. I did not want to say that. Okay, I was trying to stay away from that. Now I can talk about it. I didn't want to say that.
Okay.
But I can confirm she did that, because Dallas called me on the side and really wasn't happy about it.
But was it posted on her page? I don't know. I'm asking.
I'm not going to talk about the rest of what happened to it.
Well, I just would like to know. So you're
still had to agree with the case.
You're refusing to
Dallas,
answer the
she
question.
Dallas' shit though. She did.
Right,
I know, but she didn't post it because Dallas Sue had nothing to do with the case.
Right, but she claims to be a best friend of Megan Metcalf, so she kind of does report the Sarah's
I
life.
don't know
But
anything about her relationship with
Okay,
Megan.
cool. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure that you're refusing to answer the question as to why, instead of seeking justice, you're seeking to find Karmelo Anthony guilty. You're not going to answer that question.
She did answer it 5 times. She said all reporters are biased.
No,
and she feels like he's guilty.
No, baby boy. Her answer to me was, did he poke somebody? That's not an answer to my question.
And I just want to say that so I guess if we're just looking at it, right, doing an analysis of what those particular her posting and her reporting, right? She has expressed that she believes Karmelo Anthony is guilty. She believes that this was intentional, that he went there, right, with the intention. We saw that on a post, right? And she's also gonna say some things, but yeah, just let me keep playing it.
Said all reporters are biased. That's the first thing she said.
That was biased. And then I took the bias.
Oh, I know what I was gonna say. So she reports from that mind frame of Karmelo Anthony just being guilty because she already perceives him to be guilty to her. So her reporting is naturally going to be from that angle.
Did he not poke somebody? Meaning he obviously poked him. I think he's guilty. Come on,
so you're gonna answer the question for her?
I'm not, but she already answered it 3 times. I'm just saying, bro. You're like, come on.
Yeah, she did.
I don't.
Okay. Yeah. So y'all heard her say she even pulled Dallas's record, and Dallas was not happy about that. Okay, so now we're going into Shaniqua addresses being posted on Sarah's little list. Did somebody come off of mute and want to say something? Okay.
I'm sorry.
I want to say she might have pulled Dallas's record. She might have pulled Dallas's record, but she sure never posted it, and she definitely has one.
Go ahead,
I was about to say the same thing because she wants to post everything about the Anthonys and then in the same breath say, well, Dallas didn't have anything to do with the case. Neither did Drew Anthony.
That's fair. Okay, let's move on to our next clip.
You sure you're not the one who said it, bro? What the fuck wrong with you, bro?
Well, I don't know if you didn't know exactly who I was because you posted pictures of my lives and screen recordings of my lives on your page. So to say that you don't know who I am at all, I don't think.
I truly
you
don't
may not
know
remember
who you are.
my name.
Screen recordings doesn't mean I know who you are.
Okay, but you posted them, so that means you.
I think she said just because I reported on you or somebody doesn't mean I know who you are.
You have to review them, right?
Right, but that doesn't mean I know who you are.
You made captions about them,
I can't help that.
and you put my name and my profile on your little most wanted list over on Twitter. So you may not, maybe you don't know my name at all, but
you're on the disruptors too.
You clearly, I'm not a disruptor, but
but you're on the list. I'm not calling you, Shaniqua. Shaniqua, are you on that list with Mr. Lee and everybody?
Yeah, I definitely.
Yeah, that list is fake. She knows that's a fake list. She knows
that list is already gone. So if that's what it was,
you don't know who I am at all. You're just not being honest. You're not being.
No, Shaniqua, I did not know who you were before this live panel.
Okay, Sarah.
They do a lot. She reports on a lot of people over there. She's like 50 people.
Okay.
But Nika is popular. Nika is popular. Nika, I will give you. Nika is popular in the TikTok streets, though. She's like.
Nika, do you have anything to say in regards to that?
That I was lying. That's all I got to say. She knew who I was. And then this is the thing. You knew who I was. That's why when Baby Boy was like, go get that truck or go get Shaniqua, she didn't say, who is that? Because she know who the both of us are. Like, she full of shit. That's just it. She knew who I was. And that's not no bragging or nothing like that. But there's no way that you're following this case online, on TikTok, and you don't know who I am. That's just a lie.
Yeah, I can definitely understand that. Now we're about to get into the next video where she talks about I think it's a little bit about the boys, Hunter.
Go ahead, Roy. My first statement is that when it comes to GPA, Melo had a high GPA, but it doesn't necessarily, just because he didn't make the list doesn't necessarily mean that he didn't have a high GPA. There are certain criteria.
I don't think that should matter either, though.
No, you're absolutely.
I'm just saying that.
No, so I want to clear up. What I said was that there was no information at all, no tangible evidence that we could hold in our hands or that we could look up and see either boy's GPA for the 2024-2025 school year. The only thing that I saw was a little pamphlet, like a picture of a little pamphlet saying honoring all like 6th grade and up honor roll, Frisco ISD. Absolutely nothing, and that's all I was saying.
We shouldn't be digging into
My question is that, okay, we always talk about how Melo broke policy by sitting inside of the tent, how Melo broke policy by bringing a poker, how Melo wasn't supposed to be where he's supposed to be. Now, do you think that Austin and Hunter also broke policy when they left the track meet to go over to the junior high school, which policy clearly states that you're not supposed to do that?
I don't know. Or are you asking anybody or you talking about?
No,
I'm sorry.
What are you talking about?
I'm asking Sarah.
I didn't say that.
I'm asking Sarah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
you know how they said the boys went to the junior high? Remember how they said the boys came from the junior high to like meet a coach or something?
Yeah, Hunter said.
Hunter said that they walked to the junior high or whatever, and then they walked back to the bleachers. And the school policy says you're not supposed to leave the track area. But they left to the junior high next door, according to Hunter's words.
I don't know anything about that. I don't know why it's relevant.
Well, it's relevant because we always talk about where Melo was supposed to be in the tent. We had a whole dialogue. Y'all had a whole dialogue about the tent.
Right, but
not supposed to be
he
there.
poked someone. That's
I
the
understand,
difference.
but
He didn't go and poke anybody.
But before he poked anybody, it still was the fact that we're landing on that he wasn't supposed to be in the tent in the first place. And so that's why I'm talking about policy. Does it ever come up with policy that the twins, well, Austin and Hunter broke policy?
Where is that information? Can you tell me where that is?
Well, Hunter stated himself in the first video.
In his interview, he said they were coming back from the field house. It was a field house he said he was coming back from.
Well, first he said the junior high, and then he said the field house.
He said he was visiting
somewhere in that area.
But he
was visiting old coaches when he right before the incident happened. That's what he stated.
Either one was a violation of school policy. So what he's trying to say is if we're
Dre defense, no lies detected at all.
calling out what Karmelo was doing wrong, why are we not also calling out the things that Austin and Hunter did wrong? But I want to ask you a question, Sarah.
And we don't know if the coach knew that they were going over here, so we don't know that. I mean, I don't know.
If it's in an interview to the news, that stuff that's just said to the news is not even admissible in court. So I don't know that interview. I mean, it could be if an attorney decided they wanted it to be, but the thing is that interview was done in the very beginning, and I don't even remember everything he said in that. I don't even remember that part.
It would be admissible. But Sarah, let me ask you a question. Is your thought about Karmelo Anthony being guilty, is that based on your morals?
Why do you keep going back to this? Why?
Because it's important to me.
No,
right?
well, I've answered your questions multiple times.
But I'm asking a different question now, right? I'm asking you if you think that he's guilty based on your moral stance, or is it based on the Texas laws? That's what I'm asking. I haven't asked you that question yet at all.
It is absolutely immoral to poke someone just because you were told to leave a tent.
Okay, cool. So I'm glad. So what you're saying is that I just want to make sure I'm clear, right? So what you're saying. Listen, this is my problem, right? Every question that you ask me, I've answered you, right? Every time I ask you a question, what you do is answer the parts of the question that you want to answer, right? I specifically asked you, do you think is his guilt, your opinion of his guilt, based on moral or criminal law? You said moral, and then when I reiterated that, you said
No, that's not what I said.
Okay,
this is the problem. This is the problem.
This ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, hey, but hang on. This is the problem. Is she keeps saying that she literally just said that I base my reporting on how I feel morally, and that's not what I said. I said morally.
Hold on,
Let me finish. I said morally, I do not think it was right that he poked him. But as far as my reporting goes, it is based on facts, receipts, and documents.
Okay, cool. So
that is what I said.
So you have posted documents and articles about Texas penal code and law surrounding self-defense. Because maybe I missed something.
There's no evidence to support self-defense.
Right. So whether there's evidence or not, the law still exists, right? And you still are going to look at those penal codes to make a decision about guilt or innocence, right? So I'm not talking about evidence. I'm talking about the penal codes that are going to be utilized when deciding the verdict. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay. We're gonna keep on trucking, y'all. We almost through it. Yeah, so Neek has some parts that she covered and went into that I think she may be playing on her own panel that I sent over to her, and a lot of it is a little bit more in depth than this that I think that she could
So listen, Janina, whether if you want to, I mean, I don't know how everybody's feeling about staying or leaving or whatever, but if you want to play it, you can go ahead, because anything I'm going to do is going to be a overview anyway, and on top of that, I got to figure out the damn Dropbox. So if I can't do that,
yeah, okay, yeah, I'll be more than happy. If anybody,
I mean, you don't have to play them all if you don't want to, but whatever you think is the most pertinent stuff, because yeah, I got to figure out the Dropbox shit first.
Okay, yeah, and I think the issue is that the files might have, when you downloaded it, probably downloaded the whole folder, and we got to figure out how to unzip the folder on an Android. So I'll make sure I look into it to try to see if I can help you out, because I do want you to be able to do what you got to do, especially being up here. So we're gonna go to the next.
And if not, I could probably give you my email address, and you could just email them to me as a text.
Yeah, that's good too. Okay. All right, so now we are going to go to this one where we're talking about exposés on the Metcalf side and a little bit more, I think, about Chris Allen.
There is evidence to disprove the list that she has provided. No one else is doing that. Everyone is just claiming, oh, her documents are fake, without giving any actual evidence that any of the documents I have shared are fake.
Why are you so focused on trying to prove her wrong? Because
she's a liar.
Hold on. Run that back, Turbo.
There is evidence to disprove the list that she has provided. No one else is doing that. Everyone is just claiming, oh, her documents are fake, without giving any actual evidence that any of the documents I have shared are fake.
Why are you so focused on trying to prove her wrong?
Because she's a liar.
So are you. Liar.
No, I am not. Tiffany Billions has lied, defamed, and has
prove her wrong.
Because she's a liar.
So are you. Liar.
No, I am not. Tiffany Billions has lied.
Sarah is absolutely a liar.
So for me, it's about the accountability. Like, she has literally told me, like saying things like, you want to be an investigator or you want to be a journalist, and she like put it in air quotes, and stuff like that. And so I just, my issue with it was the level of accountability like that she likes to have and call out on other people. It's a little different for her. Let me see where we at real quick.
And has
her wrong.
Because she's a liar.
So are you. Liar.
No, I am not. Tiffany Billions has lied, defamed, and has attempted to destroy people's lives on this platform.
You're a liar too.
Okay, Shaniqua.
Thank you.
Right.
All I'm saying is, listen, everybody has lied. Can we agree to that? Everybody's lied. Can we agree to that,
I mean,
Sarah?
come on now, everybody has lied. Who hasn't lied? I mean, that's
Okay.
once in their life, twice in their life.
What's up, June Dog? You got a question for Sarah?
Yes, my question is for Sarah. Why do you put people that advocate for Karmelo?
I'm not gonna cap. I've always wanted to say this. Like, I love June Dog's voice. To me, she sounds like JT. I don't know if y'all know who the rapper JT is, but every time I hear June Dog talk, I think about JT. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Let me know in the comments. Does June Dog sound like JT from the City Girls a little bit? I just think it's the cutest thing.
Hello, as Tiffany Billions or disruptors. Why do you classify us as that when we're genuinely and organically researching the case and we decided to say free Karmelo? Like, why are you putting us in a category with her?
I've already addressed a disruptor issue.
Well, I didn't hear you, ma'am. If you don't mind.
I've repeated it several times, but I'll say it again. The disruptor list that I was given by someone that I no longer trust, and I've already deleted it all, and I'm going to make sure that it is corrected.
We appreciate that. Now,
hold on a second.
And because I 100% understand not wanting to be affiliated with Tiffany Billions.
No, don't deflect.
I'm okay with being affiliated.
We got the trucker in the comments. Did you want to come up, trucker?
There are people on the Austin side who have been doxing. Listen, who have been doxing, who are criminals. Why haven't you done exposés on the people that support Austin, who are criminals and who have been committing crimes the same way you have attempted to do with the Karmelo Anthony supporters?
So, first of all, I don't know what you mean, because I definitely outed Adrian, and I defended Mark Anthony, who's a very big Karmelo Anthony supporter. So I don't know what you mean by that.
I was talking about people like Chris Allen, who is a known disruptor, who's also an Austin supporter, who I'm sure that Bay Boy has talked to you about. Her picture is right there. He did a huge expose outing her and the things that she's done and her criminal record and things of that nature. And you said yourself that you have investigated everybody that's closely related with the case, or who have said that they're advocates of the case. And Chris Allen is a very known advocate on TikTok as well as Facebook, because she said she came from Facebook. She was Austin supporter, and Bay Boy did an expose on her. So why didn't you also do an expose on her or other Austin supporters who have been doxing people, and who are also criminals in their own right?
So I've spoken out against Dallas multiple times. And as far as Chris Allen goes, we literally just discovered who she even is. And like you just said, Bay Boy did an expose on her. And so I let him have that story, because he is always on TikTok with his show, his nightly show. I'm not on here. I'm hardly ever on here. I don't have all of the...
Let her answer the question. Come on, there you go again,
I don't have all of the information on Chris Allen. I don't know who all she attacked. People have tried to tell me, and I don't know who half the people are that they're talking about. Bay Boy knows. And Bay Boy had the story. So I let him break the story about Chris Allen. I didn't know about who Chris Allen was, or the video that she shared of, her face and everything, until like a day before Bay Boy broke the story. And I let Bay Boy break the story because he is more known on TikTok than I am. And she was pretty much just on TikTok. I'm not here.
I reposted the story on Facebook. But what I'm saying is this is, y'all keep telling me to let her talk, but she's a reporter. And the same type of question I'm doing to her is the same thing that people do when they report stories. And they quit, they ask witnesses or people involved questions. She does this to people. I'm pretty sure she can handle it being done to her. So why do y'all keep trying to stop?
I do what to people?
I'm not.
I'm just saying, don't talk over. When you ask her, Shaniqua, you don't even realize what you're doing, right? You're asking her a question, and as soon as she answers it...
Can I just say something about that real quick?
Go ahead.
Things. First of all, she mentioned Adrian. I want you guys to understand, she did not expose Adrian. She did a story about the Frisco ISD no longer allowing people to see the video, and Adrian got caught up in that story. The story was not about Adrian. So I don't know why she said that she did a story on Adrian, because no, the fuck she didn't. She did a story about the Frisco ISD no longer allowing that video. That's number one. Number two, she and I listen, oh my God, I just said I couldn't say this to her. Number two, she said that she let Bayboy have the story. Well, I found that fucking hilarious, because Bayboy also broke the story about Nick Bella, and she didn't let Bayboy have that, because she ran her ass straight to Facebook with that story. So I mean, you know, I'm confused. If you let Bayboy have the story that he, you know, finds and he exposes, why the fuck didn't you let him have the Nick Bella story? And why do you keep saying that you exposed Adrian? Adrian, number one, is nobody close to this case. The only reason why y'all know who she is because she did the stupid ass shit she did. So you didn't expose Adrian, and people who keep saying she is have to stop lying. She talked about the Frisco ISD doing exactly what the fuck she wants, which is not letting people utilize that video anymore. And Adrian happened to get caught up in that story.
And I'm gonna say this. So I have this message thread with Chris Allen, where she basically, I asked her, I was like, who is this Nick Bella person? Because like we had like some contention in our relationship. Like we didn't even have a relationship, but she started being real weird when she was saying like when she started all that FBI talk and trying to link people together. So I asked, I was like, well, who is this Nick Bella person? And she's like, well, I already gave that story to Sarah. So you're just gonna have to wait till she exposes it. I was like, okay. Now, you know, people say Chris Allen be lying, but I would take from what Chris Allen said to me, I would take it as she presented it as though she gave that story to Sarah. I could be wrong. Like I said, I don't have them up. I didn't think to screenshot that, but I got no reason to lie. I've been showing y'all the receipts this whole time. She absolutely said that to me. Because she was mad at me. She's like, I gave the story to Sarah. You're just going to have to wait. Did somebody say something?
Yeah, that was me.
What's
Sorry
up?
for cutting you off.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to show this really quick.
What is it?
So it's pretty much Sarah, you know, hating on a young black man for seeking higher education, right? So the whole everything just looked weird as fuck to me, and I was just like, hold on, man, let me test something out. So I copied and pasted it, and pretty much it says 87% AI content. So just in case she has an excuse for it and say, well, the prosecutor is the one that wrote it. Either way, the prosecutor is using AI. And again, she's not fact checking because she's literally just spreading more misinformation. Signed a former prosecutor with over 13 years of experience in criminal law and an NYU graduate. So this is what she does. I actually did this. After this one, I started going all the way fucking back to April, and they all come up the same or higher. 87% AI content. So what she did was she typed in ChatGPT some bullshit like, hey, make me a former prosecutor with knowledge of why it's bad for a person who pokes someone to go to college. And that's what it came up with.
But this is the thing, even if it was
here's the proof right here.
Even if it was a prosecutor, this is the thing. A prosecutor who's not
87% at the top
involved in this case wouldn't be able to do it. No, go ahead. I'm just saying.
That's it. I'm just showing the proof.
A prosecutor who's not involved in this case, really, their role really means doesn't mean. I don't know why people like to do things like this. If you found one prosecutor, I could probably find 4 or 5 who would say there's no need for him to even be charged with anything. So this is just ridiculous. This is so stupid.
Yeah, this is the tactic that she uses. You know, she knows she has a lot of followers. They'll, you know, do what they do, but she's nothing special. She's just like any other like Austin supporter that we've came across with, on this app.
Well,
She has no facts, no facts on law, nothing.
There was no prosecutor. That's something that's, again, made up in her head. It's like she puts out these lies, and once she starts getting the engagement, it's like, how am I trying to say this? It's like she's believing her own lies because she's getting all this feedback and from all the BS that she puts out.
But did you even read the post, right? Because what she said is that him going to school looks bad because it's as if he doesn't care and he's just moving on with his life. This is the thing. He defended himself. He didn't take somebody's life just to like be, oh shit, I'm bored today, let's do something. His life is not supposed to stop. It's supposed to continue. So to even say that a prosecutor would say that looks bad to a jury, because what is what he's doing in fucking September, October? How is that going to affect, or how is that even going to come to play in trial when you're talking about what happened on April the 2nd? It sounds stupid.
It sounds very stupid because who is going to be upset at someone for trying to further their education, number one, and then further their education in the criminal justice system, which is something that he is actively going through. It doesn't make sense.
I wonder if when this is all said and done, and they find out that Hunter was the aggressor and the assailant right along with his brother, I wonder if she's gonna have the same stance about him going ahead and continue in high school. Because when people listen, trials are always a way. Right? Trials you don't get arrested today and go to trial tomorrow. There's always a length of time in between trials. People continue to go to work. People continue to raise their children. People continue to do whatever it is that we're doing. Everybody does that. So how in the hell could this be a negative thing for Karmelo as opposed to every other motherfucking person that's waiting on trial to start? That's not locked up in jail. This is what you do. You continue to live. You're not unalive.
Right.
Yeah. I think for me, my thoughts is that we're all humans and we make mistakes, right? But I think that at some point when there is a consistency in pointing out the flaws in others, sometimes it's beneficial for us to look within ourselves and our in our own flaws, especially when there has been I think repeated instances of misinformation, and I think that we went over a few in this in this live stream that in this live stream that we've done. And so yeah, and I'm moving on. We're gonna go to the last one, and then we're gonna jump into what I told y'all about Jeff Metcalf actually showing up to the
So
conference.
do you think that us advocating for Karmelo, because I seen on one of your posts on Twitter, you said that do not free the footage. Someone get in contact with Elon Musk and tell him don't free the footage because you said that the Karmelo supporters is trying to taint the jury pool. In reference to what? How? Because we're advocating for free Karmelo?
No. What I meant was Tiffany Billions is going to attempt to taint the jury pool because she's done nothing but target people, and I made this very clear. She's targeted witnesses. She's targeted everybody in the police report. She's targeted police officers. She's targeting.
Remember, again, there's that word, there's that T word, targeting again. All right, I'm looking for one last thing, and then we're gonna open up the panel. We're gonna do the wrap up. So we are exploring when Jeff Metcalf went to the Anthony family press conference. Oh, there's the thing. Hold on, let me see. I can now scroll back. Hold on. Just recently found a date, y'all. So many pictures. Okay, nope, that's the police report. I think everybody here at this point have already read the arrest report. If you haven't, I have a video up on Facebook that's probably approaching about 1 million views where I broke this down. Okay, so I cannot find that picture, so I guess we'll just go into it. Okay, so Jeffrey Metcalf, the father of Austin Metcalf, showed up to this press conference that was had for the Anthony family, and it was on the 17th, which was about 3 days after 2 or 3 days after Karmelo came home on bond on the 14th. Now, this was a big thing because a lot of people was like, oh my gosh, it's, Karmelo there with his family. What's going on? Oh my gosh, Jeff showed up. There was something in it about, like staying away from the victims. I think they said like the victim's family or something along those lines. And let me see, where are my notes? So about this press conference, this was the first and the only time that the Anthony family, from what I recall, was actually on camera. And I want you all to notice that Drew didn't say anything. He didn't say anything. Kayla did the talking. And I think it was a very long time that many people didn't even know what Drew sounded like. He was very much so in the background. And so Kayla Anthony showed up, well, of course, with her husband and Dominique, and she poured out her heart to express what her family was going through, the threats, what they felt were harassment, the torment that their family was experiencing and the children were experiencing. Now, Jeffrey Metcalf, the father of Austin Metcalf, Hunter Metcalf, did show up to this press conference. Now, I was covering this press conference live, but from live stream, and there was like this long wait for this press. Like it started maybe an hour later, and it was all because of this. Jeffrey Metcalf showing up, which I believe, according to Dominique Alexander, I believe that Dominique said that he was not invited. And a lot of people were in an uproar because it was like, it doesn't matter. He's the kid that was, that is now unalive dad. Like, he has the right to be there. Like, I want to be there too, right? So he was eventually not escorted, like, you get off the property, but they walked him out they walked with him as he was leaving, right? Because I want to not misrepresent this. And then after he walked outside of the building, he kind of stood around, talked to the officers for like a quick minute, shook their hands, and, went on his separate way, right? Now, 2 days after this happened is when the Protect White Americans happened. But anyway, this was a big issue. So he gave his reason to the news for why he was there. And I want y'all to listen to this. And I happen to come across this information just kind of making sure I'm doing my research. So we're going to listen to this real quick. Hopefully y'all can hear it because it is kind of low.
Metcalf telling WFAA he was just there to listen. I'm not here to create a disturbance.
Says, I'm not here to create a disturbance. I'm just here to stand by and witness this press conference. So he said he was
Metcalf
there.
telling
Let me get back
WFAA
there.
he was just there to listen.
I'm not here to create a disturbance. I'm just here to stand by and witness this press.
I'm not here to create a disturbance. I'm just here to stand by and witness this press conference. Now, anyway, I said I was doing my research, right? And so I came across this interview that Sarah had with this other lady named Sarah Westall. And at first I wasn't going to watch it because it was like, the title of it was already crazy, like BLM, NTFIA, and the Karmelo Anthony. And I'm like, what? And she mentioned like gorilla mainframe, like all this stuff. I'm like, come on now. So I thought it was just going to be like some political stuff, which it was positioned as though this was like some type of political attack towards her and, you know, the family. But in this interview, she said something very interesting, and I'm going to play it. Now, we heard Jeff Metcalf say, I'm not here to create a disturbance. I'm just here to stand by and witness this press conference. Okay? So now I'm going to play for you what Sarah said of why he was there. And I want y'all to tell me if there's a difference or if I was just doing too much research and I was just doing the most and it just don't matter. Let's listen.
And it got so bad that you actually had to get the law enforcement involved. And they sided with you because it was so obnoxious and dangerous.
And I can tell you where that started.
Yeah.
So Dominic Alexander, who is no longer the advocate for the family, but Dominic Alexander, when he held the press conference for the Anthony family, and this is actually what I was going to touch on earlier, they had an opportunity to stand in front of national television and shake hands with Jeff Metcalf and say that they were so sorry for his loss. And Jeff Metcalf, whose intention, and I know this because he told me this, his intention of going to that press conference was to try and show forgiveness on national television. He had no idea what was in store. He had no idea how badly he and others were going to be attacked politically because of this. He just wanted peace. And this is
And he's the father of the son that was murdered.
Correct.
Why would he even need to go on there? I mean, the guy, okay, but keep going.
He's hurting,
Y'all
he's
listen.
grieving, but he is a Christian. He is a believer, and he just went there, he said, for two reasons. One, if they would have allowed him to just shake hands and, and allowed him to forgive them on national television, it would have been huge. It would have been a message of love to everybody.
Yeah.
Also, the other reason he went there was, interestingly enough, he wanted to prove that when you are asked to leave the premises, that you leave without stabbing someone in the heart. And that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Even if it turned into a violent fight, you don't kill somebody. But regardless, it wasn't. And he was in... Okay, so... and
Did y'all hear that? Do I need to play that again?
So he wanted a photo and video op?
I don't know. I'm going to just play it.
He couldn't shake his hand. He wanted to shake his hand on national TV, but at the bond hearing, Drew Anthony tried to do that, and Jeff's father called him the N-word.
Right, and CR1
shake his hand on national TV.
So here's what I'm going to say. Let's keep in mind. So y'all, I want to keep it on who we got on the screen and just focus for just a second. So let's go back to this timeline. Remember when I told y'all that the Anthony family felt like they were being harassed and somebody sent Austin Metcalf's obituary to Andrew Anthony? It was addressed to Andrew, right? Karmelo got out on bond on the 14th. This press conference happened on the 17th. Their address was released on the 14th. Is it safe to say that maybe the family wasn't exactly sure, or maybe even comfortable, or maybe it was a little bit premature given the things that they were experiencing behind the scenes that maybe the public didn't necessarily know about? But I want to play this one more time, and I need y'all to one more time. We're gonna pay attention to the words. If you want to screenshot this, go ahead and get it ready. I'm gonna cue it up. It's 1 minute and 56 seconds. I'm gonna play it now. I need y'all to listen to the words.
It got so bad that you actually had to get the law enforcement involved. And they sided with you because it was so obnoxious and dangerous.
And I can tell you where that started.
Yeah.
So Dominic Alexander, who is no longer the advocate for the family, but Dominic Alexander, when he held the press conference for the Anthony family, this is actually what I was going to touch on earlier, they had an opportunity to stand in front of national television and shake hands with Jeff Metcalf and say that they were so sorry for his loss. And Jeff Metcalf, whose intention, and I know this because he told me this, his intention of going to that press conference was to try and show forgiveness on national television. He had no idea what was in store. He had no idea how badly he and others were going to be attacked politically because of this. He just wanted peace. And
he's the father of the son that was murdered.
Correct.
Why would he even need to go on there? The guy, okay, but keep going.
He's hurting, he's grieving, but he is a Christian. He is a believer, and he just went there, he said, for 2 reasons. One, if they would have allowed him to just shake hands and allowed him to forgive them on national television, it would have been huge. It would have been a message of love to everybody.
Yeah.
Also, the other reason he went there was, interestingly enough, he wanted to prove that when you are asked to leave the premises, that you leave without stabbing someone in the heart. And that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, come on. Even if it turned into a violent fight, you don't kill somebody. But regardless, it wasn't. And he was in... Oh.
So he went there to shake hands, unprepared, on national TV.
Remind you, he done already stated on national TV that he quote unquote forgave him. So what would the gesture have been? We don't want your forgiveness because guess what? Your son is the cause of his own demise. So what you did was you want to go there and you want them to say how sorry they are because that's somehow going to prove a point that Karmelo is guilty. The fuck out of here. I don't need your forgiveness. I don't want to shake your fucking hand. You done got on TV, talk bad about my fucking son. You done did. I don't want to shake your hand. Get the fuck out of here, bro. No. And then when they asked you to leave, you still didn't leave. So that's the thing. Y'all wanted this 17-year-old boy to get up and go because some other 17-year-old kid told him that he had to leave. But when your big grown ass was asked to leave the first time, you didn't leave. And the police was there. You wasn't trying to leave. And had the police not been there, you probably would have never left. Because you went there trying to incite some type of violence, the same shit that your children were doing. You went there thinking that, if I go agitate them, somebody's going to lash out at me and it'll be all on camera and it'll be recorded. And I can say like father, like son, when really you're the father that influenced your children to be the thugs that they were.
So I'm not going to lie. Like I had and have, right? Because a parent losing their son, right? Have had some empathy for the parents. And I'm not gonna lie, when he said that this wasn't about race, right? I'm not gonna lie, I believed it. And in my reporting, I was in my comments of my report, I was like, listen, y'all, Jeff Metcalf has literally said he don't want this about race, and look at what everybody is down there doing, like literally from both sides. Like y'all, let's just stop, right? And I'm not gonna lie, I was a little disappointed when he got up there and started dropping the N-bombs, but I still was like, dang, this is like, I understand that he's grieving, right? You can understand that, but when I put together the timeline and I look at everything, I'm like, what was really going on? And I don't want to be the person to be like, oh, a grieving father is around here doing stuff that look like it could be nefarious, like showing up to a dad's job. But I think it was said that he was looking for his own car, like looking for a car to buy, right? Some kind of way somebody sending an obituary, right? Their address get leaked, they have to move. The dad of the unalived son showed up at the press conference. Protect White Lives rally happened 2 days after that. It was a lot. And so to bring this back around to the Anthony to now put that timeline together and understand everything that was happening, but now seeing it in chronological order, I don't even see how they even stood up there and talked. That's a lot. Right? And I've said from the beginning, like, I feel that, like, I'm not trying to place anybody's son above anybody, but I feel like both fathers were impacted, and I feel like Drew, this was probably traumatic for Drew as a parent who loves his son. Right now, I ain't gonna lie, I got ate up when I said that. Like, because people, what about Jeff Metcalf? And I wasn't saying that Jeff Metcalf didn't matter. I just, in that, took a second to acknowledge that family. So when we look at this, and this is why I wanted to have this live stream, when we look at the totality of all of this in chronological order, a reasonable person would be suspicious. A reasonable person would wonder, is this all just a coincidence? Like, this all can't be a coincidence.
It's not. Excuse me. It's not a coincidence. They wanted this stuff to happen, and then whenever it backfire on them, they want to play woe is me and I'm the victim. No, this is what they wanted to happen.
All right. And then, Janina, when you say that you wanted to believe it was not about race, the reality is you were right. You know why? Because nobody really knew about this case. The reason that people know so much about this case is because Jeff Metcalf got his raggedy ass in front of that fucking camera and said, this is not about race. This is not about politics. Why would it even be about politics? Why? You mentioned, you said it's not about race because you wanted it to be about race. You wanted to call attention to the race of the children, right? You did exactly what you did. Because the thing about it is, even that this whole, Proud Boys thing, White Lives Matter, whatever the fuck the shit was, I don't know. I just find it amazing that, this your token black friend called you on the phone for you to denounce somebody as if, and then and even the motherfucker was like, man, anybody trying to hear what you talking about? Yo, white child, we losing a white child that could have been something. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, he made this about race. So yeah, you would have been right. He's the one who called attention to it. He's the one that made the nation pay attention.
And I want to say something about the guy that you said, the black guy that showed up. I was actually looking through photos, and he was actually at that press conference, but just kind of standing off in the cut. So he got caught on camera. Like, not that it matters, like, being there, but I think it was the fact that he was there. And when Jeff was walked out with the police, I never recall seeing him in any of those frames. So he was for sure there in the cut.
That token black friend, the let me put you in black spaces, places that I can't go or places that I don't want to be. Because let me tell you something. Why? Let me just say something to you. Living in Texas, right? We all know it's racist down here, right? But we don't. It's not a lot of racism really because they stay on their side, we stay on our side, so it ain't really a whole lot of commingling going on. But just ask yourself why. The leader, of this racist sect, a black man would want to come to him so that he can take a phone call. And that same black man would even be welcomed in his space for him to hold the phone up and shit so he can talk to Jeff Metcalf. Man, let's stop fucking playing, bro.
And so that is kind of like the end of everything I wanted to present. So did your girl do some research, or did I do some research, or did I waste your time? We're going to do an open panel in just a second, but let me pull something up. I wanted to give Tiffany the opportunity to make an announcement, and this is something that, you know, I support, and I support it from a sense of, I feel like it is only the right thing to do given the vast amount of things that we've covered that literally pointed to potential things in the media that hurt this family and hurt them economically, and more than anything, I don't think that that's fair. So I wanted to use my platform, I guess you could say, journalism, my little investigative skills to bring light to this. And so some may consider it an expose, but what most people don't know is the purpose of an expose. At the end, all legitimate exposés have a solution or a resolution or a point to move forward from which the information, from where the information took us to, which we arrived by looking, and I think we all can kind of surmise that there were some things that happened to the Anthony family, right, that impacted them negatively. And so I do hope that this live stream and this platform does spark something that allows for their gifts and go to be revived, for the simple fact that it was intentionally harmed. So Tiffany, if you would like to come off and make your announcement, once Tiffany makes her announcement, I'll do open panel, y'all, but please, I would just ask, like, you know what I'm saying? No personal digs, right? It's not about being afraid of anybody, right? Because at the end of the day, I sent a message to Sarah and I told her that I was having this panel. I told her that I was having this live stream, and I told her what I was going to be reviewing, and I told her how I felt about it. So she already, or if she read my message, right, she already knows. So this was nothing malicious. I didn't do this to try to jump and surprise, bitch, got you. Like, none of that stuff, right? But right is right and fair is fair. So Tiffany, go ahead.
Thank you, Janina. First off, let me say I think you did a wonderful job of being an unbiased reporter. You have showed us what journalism looks like, and I appreciate that. So I wanted to say to people on the panel and also the people in the audience, we got to see firsthand, if we didn't know, what the Anthonys are going through. We got to see the doxing, the harassment, the internal collusion that's going on. And so with that being said, I want to welcome you to click on my profile and donate to their Gifts and Go. It's in my bio. It's going to take you straight to the Gifts and Go. We try to do this every week, but it's okay if you want to give, if you want to give as frequently as you can. But with that being said, because we all know what the truth is surrounding the Anthonys, and we're all, rooting for them. I think it's only fair that we go ahead and donate today, especially with the information that Janina has put together today. There's no way that their Gifts and Go should have slowed down like it did. There's no way. This family has done nothing to anyone. We believe that self-defense is not a crime, and we're still working to get that footage free. Meanwhile, the Anthonys need your support. They have legal fees to pay, PIs to pay. They have to pay for experts. So I just want you guys to be mindful of that you can always give to the Gifts and Go. And we appreciate your support and appreciate you for hanging out with Janina tonight. Great job, Janina.
Thank you. So y'all go, and if you can, revive the fund of the Anthony family because Drew, Kayla, and those children did not ask for, what they have been propelled into. Yes, Karmelo Anthony is their son. And if you looked at any of their pictures before it was taken down off of the Facebook, because I think Kayla's account, she might have privated it or something like that. But just looking at it from the beginning, you could see that clearly they were a loving family, right? And if you have a child that has ever gotten in any trouble, you know the toll that it takes on you as a parent while you try to love your child, while trying to help them navigate and grow through their different circumstances in life. And so y'all can call me biased. Y'all can say this so that when I pass the bar and decide to run for judge and say, oh, she's biased, she supported the killer's family. I don't care. Right is right, wrong is wrong. I just gave y'all like 4 hours worth of everything, right? That points to everything that I have seen that shows me that they want this family to be destitute. So revive that fund. And if you can't give, right, let people know. There was a lot of misinformation. A lot of people, honestly, that I know, when as the Give Send Go was being talked about, a lot of people spewed the narrative that it was a fraud, that they were using the money to buy lavish homes and Cadillacs, which is, the Cadillac part is like a stereotype, right? Mind you, she already had that big, beautiful Cadillac in front of that big, beautiful house, by the way. And so, yeah, like, they wanted this family destitute. And when I say they, I'm talking about the people who were very vocal about how unfair them having the fund is when they did not donate one dime, right? And so I just want everybody to think about that. And again, the media is to build and not break, to reveal, to uncover. And so I do hope that I use this night, you all's ears and time and my platform, in a way that's pleasing to God. I'm just gonna put the rest in His hands because I feel like this thing has been released off of me because I've wanted to say and speak on this for a long time, but I just felt like it was never the right opportunity without it potentially coming off as like an attack. And I'm not the type of person to attack people. Like, that's not how I get down. And so with that being said, everything that you saw, I provided screenshots for. Hopefully you all got them. Go out, go forward, and let the people know. I will go ahead and open the panel. I'll probably go on silent for a little bit because I need to decompress a little bit. After this, I probably won't go live for a minute because I will be head in the books studying for the LSAT, which is the law school admissions test, which I will be taking in the first week of November. But I had to get this off of my chest and say it. So I thank you all. I appreciate you all for the heart means, the gifts, just like even just lending me you all's ear to listen. So I'm gonna go ahead and open up the panel. If one of my mods can just swap people in and out for a little bit. All I ask y'all is just to just keep it respectful. I think y'all kind of know what I'm trying to build. Y'all know my goals, what my goals are as an attorney, a future judge, and other big things. And so I just ask that everybody just be respectful of the platform. Yes, you can have free speech, right? But let's just stick to discussing perhaps how we feel about all of the facts and everything that we heard that we've been presented with. That's all I ask. Diamond, if you can, could you just take a couple moments to just moderate this for me? I just need to step out for a second.
I just wanted to say real quick, Janina, I hope that you recorded this so you don't have to say it all again and possibly stream it on whatever other platforms that you are using so that other people can see this information as it was. I wasn't here April the 3rd or 4th, but I believe I came pretty soon, maybe about like April the 8th or 7th or something like that. So I definitely was aware of just about everything that you showed that was shown today. However, I know that other people are not, and it really is, and it really was a genius idea to do it in chronological order, so that if you were not here during the time, you got to see how it unfolded for people that were here. Um, it was a time where one day here's some false information, and we working to verify information as it came in and things that were being said. So I want to thank Janina for doing what she did. I definitely appreciate it. I also want to say I know it has been said that I was attacking Sarah Fields when I was questioning her. I promise that was not my intention. But I'm just a very big believer that um, if you step in the soapbox, then you should be ready for what comes with it. You knew that there were going to be hard questions asked, and you should have been prepared to answer them. I do not like, she's at one point told me, "Oh, Shaniqua, I think that you just don't understand that there's a difference between the UIL and the school rules." So I felt like you was trying to say I was stupid or something. Because, girl, I do know it's a difference. And I keep telling you that I know and I understand. So um, I just want to say I was not attacking her. I was really just trying to force her to answer my question. And I was trying not to let her skate away from my questions because it's really important. And I want all of y'all to remember that she said that her thoughts were based on the thoughts of her guilt were based on her morals because she kept saying he poked somebody, he poked somebody, he poked somebody. So what? He was defending himself. Self-defense is not a crime. When she said that there was no evidence, I tried to give her the evidence. I couldn't do it. So, and if she's an investigative reporter, she would have known the evidence. She would have read the police report. She would have looked at the videos that Hunter made. And she would have actually went to see the video herself. So I'm just glad that she's been exposed and that people know that she's a liar. And that we know that she's not an investigative journalist. She may be a think piece journalist. She may be a column writer, if that's what you call people who write on TikTok and Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. Because I can't, like I said, I can't find any actual publication that she's published in, like Dallas Observer or Dallas Morning News or I don't know. Jet, I don't know. Jet ain't even open no more. But whatever magazine or whatever, I don't know. I'm just saying she has not published any articles anywhere outside of social media. So maybe we should call her a social media journalist. I think that's a more fitting title. And thank y'all for all y'all support, Tiffany. I love you. Chocolate, A Royal, everybody who supports Karmelo. I love you. I appreciate you guys. And remember that just by attending these lives, sharing these lives, tapping the screen, donating, um, that is your contribution. So don't feel bad if you're not, if you're not, you don't think you're an actual activist, if you're not debating or you're not investigating or whatever. Those things matter too, and those help in spreading the word. And it also shows solidarity and support for Karmelo. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaniqua. Mr.
Too,
Lee,
Nick. Thank you for all you do.
yes, thank you. I want to give Mr. Lee the opportunity. Mr. Lee, if you want to, I don't know if you're still on, if you want to come off and if you have anything you want to share or say, you can chime in at any moment. So Diamond, if you could just, or any of my mods, I think you all should be able to drop people and start rotating them up. And the panel is now open. So if anybody wants to kind of get it started. Lord Gaga, by the way, I did watch your your show last night. I was jamming out while I was cleaning the kitchen. I really enjoyed it. I even saw the SpongeBob thing. Live music is for sure my thing. So I did support you in that way, and you did a great job.
Thank you very much. And let me tell you something, Janina. I'm blown away by what you've done tonight. Congratulations. It was fucking awesome. Pardon my language. Shaniqua, you are a goddess. To live through your experience vicariously with her, I can't thank you enough, both of you. And of course, Tiffany, she's the reason this kid's not going to prison. Chocolate, I mean, you guys all know how I feel. I think Mr. Lee's probably asleep, but I just wanted to say all that so you could drop me down to open up a space for everybody. But thank you for having me up, and thank you for what you did tonight, because it is what it is. I mean, I've known it for a long time, so are the rest of us, really. But to have you do it on a panel like this with 134 actual viewers in attendance was amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Gaga. You did awesome, Janina. I really like the way that you broke it down in order so everyone can see what her lies have created for this family. That's what it boils down to. She's not, I wouldn't even say she's a journalist at this point. She just, like everyone else that posts memes and their opinions on their social media. Because she's not investigating anything. Things she puts out is speculation. It's not accurate. There's no correct sources. Like nothing she puts out is real. It's not fact. And I'm happy that you did this and you've shown everyone.
Thank you so much, Chocolate Mama. Hey, Steph, I see you came up. You want to share? Steph is that's my friend, and we went to school together. Hey, girl.
Hey girl, hey, I just want to get on and tell you I'm so proud of you and thank you so much for shedding so much light on so many lies and deceit and manipulation. This is what it's all about, boots on the ground. I appreciate you, everyone on this panel, from Tiffany, Shanique, everyone that's putting in the work, putting in the hours, putting in the time for this family. I'm just so proud of everyone, and please continue to do the work.
Thank you, Steph. I don't know if you want to stay up, but if anybody want to drop down, because there's a couple people in the queue.
I can definitely drop down. I just want to get up and show my support.
No, I appreciate that. Love you, girl. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I can drop down.
Okay. Well, here, she's going down. Hold on a second. So I made a space. Y'all are good. Someone else just now. All those people in the queue, they look a little strange. So it's an exclusive mindset. If
Hey,
you,
girl.
hey.
So Janine, I just want to say great live. I really appreciate, like everyone said, that you did this in chronological order. I did start following this case very early on, so a lot of the information I was privy to. As a lot of people already mentioned, while we were going through this case in the beginning, we were literally fighting tooth and nail lies and trying to dispel just scenarios that just didn't make sense, right? Because we all didn't have all the facts. So we were just trying to go off of law and trying to get people to stay away from their feelings, how they felt about the situation instead of what actually the law says, right? Because if we don't have facts, at least we have the law. Also, what was very interesting to me today, because I did miss that live, oh my God, with Shaniqua and on Bay Boy with Sarah, that really kills me. I mean, unalives me inside. it makes, I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I missed that. But anyways, I think that was amazing because Sarah literally came on there and she disproved her own lies with her new lies. So the whole time I'm listening to this her interview or her think piece, in my mind, I'm laughing because I can remember all of the prior statements or texts or information that she's put out there, and that her other people are coming in and throwing at us saying, oh, this and that, and they know this because they read it off of Sarah's page. And then she comes in today and she literally debunks herself. Like, how do you debunk yourself? And that just shows you right there that once you start a lie, it's hard to remember the lie that you told. And that's the reason why she came on Bay Boy's panel fully confident within herself, not knowing that she's lying on her lies. So that's the craziest thing to me. And that really kind of made me feel really good listening to that. And Shaniqua, you did your thing, girl. I'm not gonna lie. When I first started watching this case or following this case, it was Shaniqua that I first heard. And I remember I was in the comments telling her, drill him. Don't let him run away from the story. I don't know if she remembers that. But that's what kind of made me draw interest in the case. And I started looking into it for myself. I started asking people around me, hey, if you were in that situation, how would you deal with it? Because I didn't want to feel like, hey, I'm looking at this from a biased standpoint. I like to know how other people would have handled or dealt with this situation if they were in it. And I try to go about it as vaguely as possible, not to give out too much information about color and, or anything. I just go about it as, hey, these are teenage kids at school and this happened. And if somebody approaches you and this goes on and blah, blah, blah. And everyone I tell this story to, no lies, guys, they always side with Karmelo. They always side with Karmelo. So that shows me that the only reason why other people are viewing it from a different standpoint is because they're looking at color and because they're looking at biases. And I always say this, they like to tell us, hey, where is the deal with this with morality? But hey, morality is only for you, not for them. And I don't fuck with that. But thank y'all, and I land my plane right there.
Thank you. Love Black, I see you down in the comments. I know you got something to say, girl. Come on up here. Dre, Defense, if you're still here. Anybody else that wants to come up and have something to say, I'm going to go a couple more minutes, but I would like for everybody, to say their piece. And we're going to go there. I see everybody dropping in the comments, revive the fund. That's cute. So, is there anybody else on the panel that has anything to share? If not, I was gonna see if Love Black wanted to, come up, because y'all know Love Black come with the energy. But if not, then I think what I'll just go ahead and do is probably shut everything down. Aroy, did you want to say something? I saw you come off of mute.
Yeah, really quick, Janelle. When you came on my live earlier, I mean, you deliver every time. I mean, I've never seen you miss. I follow your posts, on other platforms, and like I said, you never miss. You, Shaniqua, Tiffany, and several others, y'all work is just amazing. And it never goes unnoticed. I mean, for the simple fact that you told me, I've been working on this for, a few days. I mean, a few days. That's what real journalism is. That's what real support looks like. That's what dedication looks like. And for the people spreading misinformation, this is what it looks like when you fail.
Yeah. I will say, so I don't know, like, again, like I said, this wasn't to beef with anybody. I hope I don't end up nobody's prompt. If I do, y'all don't tell me, because I'm still a little softy at heart.
I mean, even if you want,
Yeah,
listen.
my apologies. I know you don't want that, but
Yeah.
at the same time, you know, it's so many lies. You know, I was covering it earlier on my live, and you know, this is really important because y'all know how fast misinformation spreads online. I mean, this right here is great. It's time for us to put an end to it. It's been 6 months. People still don't know what self-defense means. They still making up rumors that he drove to the school and just all the unnecessary little bullshit. The rumors got to stop. But yeah, thanks again, Janina. You could drop it down.
Well, I don't know if you heard me earlier, Janina, when I said I hope you plan on streaming this on whatever other platforms you have, so that people who may not be on TikTok are also able to see the order of events as well as everybody else. But I also want to tell you this. Listen, number one, she's not going to put you on Facebook. And she's definitely not going to cause attention to this live, because that's going to make somebody come look at it. And she doesn't want anyone looking at the exposure of her lies. So you ain't got to worry about that. And even if she does, this is the thing. This is the thing. You can only lie so long, right? Which is why I'm always so confused why people lie about this video as if we're never going to see it or we're never going to hear about it. Because come, June 1st, 2nd, 3rd, when it's been played in court, what are you going to say when the jury can see the video clear as day? What are you going to, what are those reporters for the news? See, the thing about people always say, words matter, and they do. Manipulation of words is a thing, which is why whenever you hear me talk to people, I always try to make sure that I clarify the things that people are saying. I will take one sentence and break it down into itty bitty bites so that we understand exactly what's going on, and it leaves you no room to run, right? And that's exactly what you did with Sarah today. There's no way for her to say I didn't say that, because yeah, you did. We're looking at it. And that is what I appreciate the most. Thank you so much. I really hope that you share this on your other profiles, because I think that what Sarah has done is she has kind of manipulated or monopolized the Facebook audience as well as the Twitter audience. And I think it's really high time that this case gets the correct exposure on those platforms as well.
Thank you, Shaniqua. And I am gonna download this, and I'm gonna just upload the whole thing to YouTube, so that it's there as a so that people can access it and watch it and get clips. But because I think that these types of things are important to chronicle, because um, in the event that people continue on with the way that they are, there's essentially a paper trail, right? That kind of happens with all of this. And so I will work on it tomorrow, and I will put it up on YouTube for everybody. And Shaniqua, I'll make sure I get with you to work on unzipping your audio. I see some new people came up. Hi, Royalty.
Hi. Hey y'all. Hey everybody. Shout out to Tiffany. Shout out to Neek and everybody. Of course, you too, especially Janina, because I've seen you on the other platforms, and I've seen how when you first started talking about this case, even before you were able to even form an opinion on it, how she tried to gaslight her followers. Excuse me. She tried to gaslight her followers, and she did a whistle call and pretty much got them to harass you because you were being unbiased and trying to get an understanding. So the lies, like, she was mad because the lies literally can't stand with the truth. But I just want to pivot a little bit since we're talking about manipulators. There's a guy, and I'm not even going to say his name, you guys are going to know as soon as I get into this. I don't understand in what world can you claim to be somebody's friend and with this at the same time with claiming to be somebody's friend. If I say, oh, me, Neek, and Janina we're cool, we're friends, or me and Neek is cool, but I'm not cool with Janina for whatever reason, and Janina says something and I tell Neek, oh, well, since she said something against me that I don't like, or I got a problem with what she said, I'm gonna go after a fund that she has for her child, but we're supposed to be friends. Like, make that make sense. Like, that's so weird to me that you can sit on this app and really claim to be a friend of this family, and at the same time knowing what they're going through, trying to get support and donations for what's going on, say, oh, because somebody else that y'all cool with said something that I don't like, I'm going to go after the fund that you're using to try to get justice for your child. Make it make sense. And then you got people co-signing it, which is the weirdest thing ever too. Like, how are y'all, like, y'all the fake ass people on this app? Like, you can't say that you are a true friend to anybody and agree with some shit like that. I don't care what you say, excuse my language, but you can't excuse that. Like, be for real.
I think for me, my intentions were to bring to shed a light, even if it's just a tiny light, onto right the Anthony family, right? And we know that they're a little bit more private, and so and also just trying to just put it together with the information I have so that I don't disrupt them, and who knows whatever else they have going on behind the scene. And I want to don't get me wrong, I hear you, but I want to make sure that at the end of the day, when everybody leaves, that they leave for sure with the things that we've gone through in this video, and in this live stream, and just really just consider it. Like, I've always been the type of person, like, I literally, like, mentally, like, be putting myself in other people's shoes, right? And I think that that's just like the very empathetic um side of me. So I want to ask everybody to, I don't know, find Drew or Kayla, like, put yourself in their shoes for just a moment, where everything is happening at once. You're looking at your son, just knowing that there's this big thing coming up. You're completely uprooted. Life has just dealt you something that you probably never would have imagined being on your bingo card. Your mother consoling your children, who probably understand or can see that something is going on. And then you are a 18-year-old boy who probably sits in his room with a ankle monitor on his leg. I probably can only imagine that he probably wakes up all probably in disbelief every day that this is like, how did I get here?
He missed all of the important things that we do as a senior, right? You missed the prom, probably, senior skip day, and all this other shit that is the that's a integral part of your senior year, right? You didn't get to walk with your friends. You missed, you didn't get to enjoy your summer. You didn't get to go off to college like I'm sure you've probably been planning to do for years, right? I think when you're a senior and you're making good grades and you have all these scholarships, you're excited to be an adult. And you're an adult that ain't got no freedom. You can't go nowhere. You can't do nothing. And then to know that you literally reacted to a threat against you. Like you protected yourself, and you get on social media and people are calling you all these vile names, and making all these accusations about you that you know are not true, and you don't even have the chance to rebut them because you can't even get online and say, no, this is what really happened. You can't do none of that. You got you got these kids who, you watching this boy who, came and tried to, and caused all this confusion and well, along with his brother did all these horrible things to you, sit on the damn news, and fake cry. Um, and just make it seem like you were this unhinged, out of control kid. This dude literally said, I asked him what his name was. He said Mello. I told him he had to leave, and he just pulled out a damn poker and unalived my brother. Like, what the fuck? That only that story don't even sound right. So I definitely feel bad for Karmelo. I feel bad for his mom and his dad. And at one point, I even tried to empathize with Megan Metcalf. And I've said it before on TikTok. I could not imagine dropping my child off, and then getting a call not even 2 hours later, that my son has been poked, is not looking good, and get your ass to the hospital. And then to get there, not be able to see him for hours after he's already passed away, before I even get to see him. And I felt so bad for this lady. Um, I never felt I didn't really too much feel bad too much for Jeff because Jeff kind of put himself in the spotlight and put a real bad taste in my mouth. But Megan, I felt bad for her as a mother until she got her raggedy ass on TikTok and said, "Can y'all debunk the video?" And I was like, "What? Why don't why would you try to encourage people to be anything but truthful?" So to me, that shows signs that you knew that your children were wrong. You knew it, and then you put your son, who, according to all accounts, should have been completely traumatized. You put him in front of a damn camera. He literally walked out of, "Hey, come here, honey. You want to talk?" Like, what the hell? And then you sat down with him and put him in front of a camera. So to me, I try so hard to empathize with these people. But these people literally, you gotta mute up, Mr. Lee. I think that's Mr. Lee. These people literally never cared about Carmelo. They never cared about what their son did. Because one thing about it, I hold my children accountable. And if my child was doing something to somebody, I would be so remorseful that this boy felt like this was that he had to defend himself like this, and that my children caused you to be in fear like that. I would have been remorseful and not accusatory, and not trying to turn the world against a kid who was simply minding his own business. I just don't even understand it.
I want to say you did a really good job tonight, exposing all of the lies and everything. Because I talked to this woman the other night, and she was saying the opposite of some of the things you were saying tonight. And I want y'all to really look at the bigger picture right now. Why do y'all think they decided to do all this against Carmelo in the first place? If they knew he was guilty and they thought he would get convicted, they wouldn't have did none of this. They wouldn't have went after the family. They wouldn't have doxed them. These people been going through hell. You know what I'm saying? They've been going through all kind of stuff, man, just because it's just so aggravating to me. But I think you did a really good job, Miss Janine, and I appreciate you doing this.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Thank you for coming through and your support and just your presence as I went through this. I really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm gonna have to drop down because I gotta get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I gotta get to it. But
Okay.
thank you so much for holding this.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. You have a
Okay.
blessed night. Y'all have a blessed night. Everybody, I love y'all. Bye.
Okay. Bye bye.
Yeah, about to get
You want me to drop you too, Neat? Shaniqua?
Good job. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Thank you, Janine. And say,
Nick, don't drop. I want to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay. Y'all go ahead.
Wait, before y'all go back and forth, 1 second. After this, you could drop me real quickly. It's a part that I really feel like a lot of people have kind of overlooked and didn't really highlight, which is when they mentioned the part about Carmelo's mother at the press conference and her tears, right? There was a part where she stated, "Y'all don't know what they did to my boy." And the way she said that really, like, when I say it hit me in a way where I was like, well, what the hell happened? Right? Because these people are making it seem like it was just a push, it was just a this, it was just a that. But the way she sounded, I'm like, that's why I believe when Sierra said they were all touching him. I feel like it was a lot more going on. And that's the reason why they are trying to debunk this whole situation so tough, because they know that it was more going on than what is being exposed. And I just wanted to just say that one little part because I really want you guys to like highlight that a little bit more when people just say it was just a push. And thank you for having me up here. I appreciate you guys. I love all of you guys, and keep up the support. Free the footage, free Karmelo, and revive the Karmelo Fund. New hashtag, guys. Let's go.
Good night. Good night, exclusive. Thank you for popping up. I will go ahead and drop you down.
Janina, before you go, I want you to check your messages, your text.
Okay. Okay. Y'all go ahead, and I'm gonna go on TV.
Tiff, don't drop. And please, I don't know if you can hear me, but please come off TikTok. I followed you from Facebook. This is how I live in Georgia, and because of you, I found out about the case, and I'm grateful. But she can't hear me, so I talk to you, Shaniqua. Let me tell you something. My own blood tells you and have told you how much I appreciate you and how much I love you. I've never met you, and I don't even know if I'll ever meet you. But you speak the truth. You don't speak the truth based on I hate it when they say morals. Because morals, when I think about morals, I think about morals as if that there is no way I would put anyone out in the rain in elements. I would give them cover. So they talk about morals and they have none. And let's just be clear. You know, people talk about what I've been listening for a while, and they talk about what prosecutors are saying and what defense attorneys are saying. Let me tell you something. I know some of the best. One of my friends is not only a lead prosecutor. He wasn't elected to the position. He's been a judge, but he is a lead prosecutor. He has very, very, very limited. He doesn't even talk to me about the case because you know what? That's integrity. That's when we talk about integrity. But what I do know, I have a cousin that was one of the lead homicide detectives. I'm talking about he was such a lead homicide detective. He had his own TV show. Let me just be clear. I have a friend that's a director, and he may have retired by now in the FBI. I've used him. So when you talk about, I have friends that are. I'm not talking about criminal defense attorneys that are just criminal defense attorneys. I'm talking about lead, world-renowned criminal defense attorneys. Everybody knows, all of them know, on our friendship level, that Frisco Police Department, they would never come out and say it in public. And I guess that's because of, of what they do. But we talk. Frisco Police Department, Frisco City, Frisco District Attorneys, Frisco judges, they are criminals, them damn selves. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. I'm waiting on the day that SA becomes the norm, because that's what. And I know that's a whole different thing, but I'll back away from that. But as a mother, everything my child has done that was not right, I held him accountable. My nephew was indicted on in Georgia. We have M1, second degree, and all that kind of shit. But you know what I did? I did not run. I took him to the jail. But you say you didn't do it. Let's roll with this like it is. All I want y'all to know is that that Sarah Fields lady. There was a time, I don't know how many of you guys remember the National Enquirer. That's who the hell she is, and I'm gonna say it. She is a National Enquirer. She's full of shit. And I don't dislike Bay Boy, but I've lost respect for him. And my heart was broken. And y'all could share this with One Intrigue. My heart was broken. Sis, I thought you was for real, for real. They bought you. They bought you. Everything ain't for sale. My dignity, my self-respect, and when I look at myself in the mirror, motherfucker, Mark Anthony, none of them they don't have enough money to buy me. Because at the end of the day, I'd rather get out there and sell. And where I live, they have these little people that sell water on the side of the road. I'd rather sell that than to sell my dignity and my self-respect. Y'all don't have enough money to buy me. And and she hurt me. Because I thought she was true to the cause. I really believe she was true to the cause. I don't give a fuck if she blocked me. I'd have been blocked by better. But what I'm going to do is every morning when I wake up, every night when I go to sleep, my dignity, my self-respect, and who I represent is real.
Well, thank you, Mile High, for
I'm tired of them. And they come after Tiffany. Let me tell y'all something. You know, some people be talking about Tiffany blocked me, yada yada yada. Guess what? I'm blocked off Tiffany's live, but I don't care because it does not affect who I am. I don't know how her mods decided to. Somebody said because I don't have a profile picture. You know, I don't have a profile picture because I have a career to protect. So I don't care if I'm blocked. It is what it is. But I know who I am. I know where I stand, and I wanted to like. I wanted to like Baby Boy, and I don't dislike him, but a whole lot of shit that he doing, he is what he is. He's a content creator, and this is about money. I'll tell him this to his motherfucking face. You don't care anything about Carmelo. You don't give a damn about Carmelo. You care about what comes in you, all those jets and all that bullshit that them people send you. That's what you care about. But I would rather stand on the streets of Atlanta and sell my body than to sell my soul.
Maha,
Yes,
can you hear me?
I
Thank you.
can.
Thank you for sharing. And coming up to express how you feel. Can I just there's somebody, it's a car. Look like it has like a beach, a car. I know you've been kind of waiting patiently. Did you want to come off of the microphone and say anything? And while I wait for a car, you guys go ahead and that orange heart at the top with the 87. It's over 100 people in this room. Can we just get me to 100 heart me's? Everybody just send your daily heart me. It's one, I think it's like 1 penny or 10 cent or penny, 1 coin. Um, I would appreciate that. Just sending in your daily heart me's, tapping the screen. It's good, good engagement, and I appreciate that.
I've
So
already done that.
okay, thank you. So a car didn't. I see, Mr.
It's
25.
A Carter. The name is A Carter. I'm not sure. Maybe that's why they're not answering you. A Carter.
Oh, I said a car. Oh, they dropped down.
Let me say something because I think Tiffany's here. Tiffany, I don't have to be a part of your panel. No, 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 no. Please don't laugh. Listen to me,
I
sis.
am laughing. Hold on one second now, hi. You were probably blocked through a mod because I know you followed me over from Facebook and I remember you coming up to my panel and they probably blocked you because you didn't have a profile pic, but I unblocked you.
I can't have a profile pic because of my
I
career.
understand. I
Because
understand.
of my career. But what I want you to know, sis, is I'm riding with you.
Absolutely.
I'm riding all the way with you, and I'm riding with him. And I will tell you this. I'm positioning myself. The only thing that I have on my background, and I'm gonna be honest with you, is bankruptcies because you know what? I got sick, almost died, and so I could not pay my bills. But as far as criminal activity, I ain't did shit. I am a true advocate, and even if Tiff, I don't even care if they don't unblock me, sis. I'm still riding. I'm here. I'm not going nowhere. I don't care who blocked me, how they blocked me, I don't care what they feel about me. That young man, that young man is my fight. When I wake up in the morning, I get on my knees and I pray for him. I pray for his family. Before I close my eyes at night, I pray for him. And I just want to thank you. I want to thank you, Shaniqua. I'm talking about the real reels. All that other shit. They want to put. You know what? I would go to Bay Boy, and I hope he's listening. I've gifted Bay Boy, but bro, you a whole fake. Because if you was truly for that child, if you was, I don't know, because maybe I don't understand who he is and what he does.
Well,
I'm
I will say that he
He's full of
has
shit.
shared.
Don't patronize him. He's full of shit.
Well, so no, I'm just saying, like, I don't want to turn this into like a bash anyone kind of thing. Like, I really want to keep it on
I
like the
understand,
business.
but that's you, and I respect you, and I respect you. But what the thing is for me, I don't turn. I'm not here for y'all social media bullshit. I don't care about social media. I came to TikTok. And I'm gonna tell you why I came to TikTok, because they silenced Tiffany on Facebook. That's the only reason. I don't give a shit about TikTok. I come here and laugh and look and yada yada yada, and some of the people that I respect. But you know what? I don't make my money on TikTok. TikTok can't. Let me tell you something. I can go to work for 1, 2, 3 hours a day and make more than TikTok could ever pay me. Let me just be clear.
Okay, Maha, let me give Mr. 25-8 a minute to chime in, and then we're gonna go probably like for 5 more minutes, and then I'm gonna shut this down because I gotta get up early in the morning. So y'all go ahead and make sure y'all following me, follow the panel. I might drop some more of the other stuff that I have. I think going through the Chris Allen messages might be kind of
That's not
interesting.
for crazy. You know what? I'm gonna say this, and again, like I said, y'all can dox me. That's what I do have bankruptcies. I don't care. That's the only thing that you can get me on.
Well, there's a sticker that I had, and it says "Stop the Docs," and so that's my hashtag. Stop the Docs. So somebody hashtag that. Stop the Docs. STOP the Docs. So hopefully nobody is doxed. Backgrounds can be left alone, and everyone who is on their side of support, whichever side that may be, that everybody get back to you all's focus, because I feel like the plot has been lost. Mr. 25-8, if you'd like to come off of mute, you've been waiting patiently. And we are just 9 away from my 100 heart me goal. So 9 more people. Hey, Mr. 25-8, what's going on?
Good morning, y'all. Good morning.
Good morning.
I just wanted to say, as far as this movement is concerned, let not your heart be troubled, right? And if I can get biblical for a minute, like the tree planted by the water, I shall not be moved. Um, it's nothing that nobody can say or do to make me change my support for Carmelo Anthony and the Anthony family. That's nothing that nobody can do. I I I have a career in industry too. You know, um, it's nothing that they can do. To and I do have a past, right? I did a live Friday night, early Saturday morning. Janine, you came in there for a hot couple of minutes, but when I spoke generally about all of this mess about people doing what they're doing as far as the doxing and swatting and stuff, and it really doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? I don't know nobody. I don't know nobody in this movement personally. And their past doesn't mean anything to me. If they are all about the support of the Anthony family, that's all that matters to me, right? I don't give a damn what their past was about. I don't. You know what I'm saying? And it's not like, you can find out what somebody's past is about, because nobody's perfect. It's not about, you can find out what somebody's past is about and make me personally change my mind about what my support is as far as the Anthony family is concerned. Let not your heart be troubled. We on the right track. We doing what we're doing, and they're doing the only thing that they know how to do because of this movement, right? Because they didn't anticipate our our power, and the power we have in numbers. You know, Tiffany, my hat goes off to you for all that you do. Shaniqua, my hat goes off to you for all that you do. Janina, my hat goes off to you for all that you do. You know what I'm saying? I don't have any qualms about none of y'all past. I don't know y'all. You know what I'm saying? And as far as I'm concerned, that doesn't matter to me. That doesn't matter to me. The only thing that matters is after this trial is over and Carmelo walks away, a free man, right? That's all that matters to me. And this support that I'm putting into this is all for that purpose. It's all for that purpose. You can't move me. You can't move me. I'm standing 10 toes in this square. Try to move me if you want to. And if the energy that you putting into doing what you want to do to me during this process, keep that energy after this over. Then you can come see me. Because once this trial starts, I will be out there. I'll be out there face frontal. You see this profile picture? That profile picture is me. That's who I am. Right? Take a good look. And I'm talking to everybody that's outside this thing listening in. Take a good look. Because once this is over with, if you have any problems where after this young man walks away a free man, come holler at me. Come holler at me. I guarantee you, I'll give you what you're looking for. And that's whatever. That's whatever. But I'm not going to be moved by your words. I'm not going to be moved by the processes that you think you can stop me from being supportive toward the Anthony family. It's not going to happen. I'm not going to apologize for my support. I'm not going to apologize, and that's my excuse me, activism. My purpose in doing the lives that I do, and I only do them periodically. The lives that I do, and my financial support. You are not going to move me. So keep doing what you're doing. You're doing a mighty fine job because all that you do lets me know that it's for naught, and the motivation that I get from you trying to stop me from doing what I'm doing. And that's all I got to say.
I have something to ask Tiffany.
Okay, Malha, I'm gonna let you go ahead and answer it, ask, and then we're gonna shut this down at 2:20.
And I understand, and I get it because I'm late. I'm working, and I gotta be up early in the morning.
Thank you, Dale. I appreciate you.
Tiffany, sister, I've been following you from Facebook, and I'll be honest with you. I have been what you call that stuff silent on and I know it's not true on your panels and stuff, or I can't view them or whatever the case. But what I'm asking you, I think my page is private. I'm not good at TikTok. I was more on Facebook. What I need you to, what I want to ask you is that what do you need me to do? Because I do know people. Like I said, one of my really, really best friends, and I can't even say that he would get involved because political. I have a cousin. He had a whole TV show on homicide in A&E. Let me tell you something. He's let me tell you, if I did something, you know what he would do to me? Send me to the penitentiary. That's how clear he is. This is not a game. And what I'm saying is that we need to link. We need investigators. We need to put this to the end. We need to end this because they're vilifying this child.
Okay, Malhi, I am blocked you, and so you can message me.
Okay, I'm gonna send you his name.
Okay.
I'll send you my cousin's name.
Alrighty, I appreciate you so much, and I know you follow me over from Facebook. I know a lot of people follow me over from Facebook. I was getting messages saying, "Where are you? Miss
Tip,
you," all that type of stuff, and I
Tip,
appreciate you. The
I
fight
have,
continues, right?
I right, and I have a what you call it, a comment. I have in my phone where a mother was talking about how her child was she had to move her children because of those bullies. I'm getting older, and this fight is for Carmelo. But you know what else I'm fighting for? I'm fighting for my grandchildren.
Yes, I agree, Malha. Can I just interject for just a second? Um, I
I know I
I
get long winded because this is personal for me.
no, I understand, and trust me,
No,
I can,
you,
I can, I
you,
can, I can
no,
respect your passion, right? I
no,
may not be able to fully
no,
under.
because you can't. And I'm not. I'm and host. Please, I'm not disrespecting you.
Oh no, 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 no. I
But y'all
don't
can't
take place
understand
that.
my passion because I've been on it on both sides. I've had to fight for my family.
Well, that's why I said if anything that I can respect it, right? I can't say that I can fully understand it, but I just want to take a minute to thank some people, everybody that's in the comments, Ton, Dale, Steph still down there, Black Barbie, Andy, Queen Unity, like Isis, my buddy over from Facebook. I just want to say I appreciate you all. I probably won't be going live again until another week and a half, but I will keep you all updated on my next session. You can click the link in my bio to go to my YouTube. You can subscribe so that way you get a notification when I put the replay up for you all to watch. Again, I just want to say thank you to everyone and to anyone that might have been on the fence about, uh, supporting Drew and, Kayla Anthony and the things that they're going through, right, because of misinformation. I hope
Because of
that
lies. Let's just be clear. Don't say misinformation. Let's say lies.
with the lies and also the misinformation, please just consider that. Take this information and go forward and be great. I want to go ahead and just say again, thank you to everyone. And that will conclude this live. And I hope that everyone has a good night. Thank you all. And I am out.
Good night. Thank you. Thank you so much for your panel.
Bye bye. Thank you, Diamond. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Thank you. Minia, thank you so much.